Book the 11th. The death of Orpheus, Midas, the foundation and destruction of Troy, Peleus and Thetis, Deucalion, the cattle of Peleus, Ceyx and Alcyone, Aesacus. Here, while the Thracian bards enchanting strain, sooths beasts, and woods, and all the Listnaean plain, the female bacchanals, devoutly mad, in shaggy skins, like savage creatures, clad, warbling in air perceived his lovely lay, and from a rising ground beheld him play. When one, the wildest, with dishevelled hair, that loosely streamed, and ruffled in the air, soon as her frantic eye the lyrist spied. See, see! The hater of our sex, she cried. Then at his face her missive javelin sent, which whizzed along, and brushed him as it went. But the soft wreaths of ivy twisted round prevent a deep impression of the wound. Another, for a weapon, hurls a stone, which, by the sound subdued as soon as thrown, falls at his feet, and with a seeming sense, implores his pardon for its late offense. The death of Orpheus. But now their frantic rage unbounded grows, turns all to madness, and no measure knows. Yet this the charms of music might subdue, but that, with all its charms, is conquered too. In louder strains their hideous yellings rise, and squeaking hornpipes echo through the skies, which, in hoarse consort with the drum, confound the moving lyre, and every gentle sound. Then 'twas the deafened stones flew on with speed, and saw, unsoothed, their tuneful poet bleed. The birds, the beasts, and all the savage crew, which the sweet lyrist to attention drew, now, by the female mob's more furious rage, are driven, and forked to quit the shady stage. Next their fierce hands the bard himself assail, nor can his song against their wrath prevail. They flock, like birds, when in a clustering flight. By day they chase the boding fowl of night. So crowded amphitheaters survey the stag, to greedy dogs a future prey. Their steely javelins, which soft curls entwine, of budding tendrils from the leafy vine, for sacred rites of mild religion made, are flung promiscuous at the poet's head. Those clods of earth or flints discharge, and these hurl prickly branches slivered from the trees. And, lest their passion showed be unsupplied, the rabble crew, by chance, at distance spied, where oxen, straining at the heavy yoke, the fallowed field with slow advances broke, nigh which the brawny peasants dug the soil, procuring food with long laborious toil. These, when they saw the ranting throng draw near, quitted their tools, and fled, posseused with fear. Long spades, and rakes of mighty size were found, carelessly left upon the broken ground. With these the furious lunatics engage, and first the laboring oxen feel their rage. Then to the poet they return with speed, whose fate was, past prevention, now decreed. In vain he lifts his suppliant hands, in vain he tries, before, his never-failing strain. And, from those sacred lips, whose thrilling sound fierce tigers, and insensate rocks could wound. Ah gods! How moving was the mournful sight, to see the fleeting soul now take its flight. Thee the soft warblers of the feathered kind bewailed, for thee thy savage audience pinned. Those rocks and woods that oft thy strain had led, mourn for their charmer, and lament him dead. And drooping trees their leafy glories shed. Naiads and dryads with dishevelled hair, promiscuous weep, and scarfs of sable wear. Nor could the river gods conceal their moan, but with new floods of tears augment their own. His mangled limbs lay scattered all around. His head, and harp a better fortune found. In Hebrus streams they gently rolled along, and soothed the waters with a mournful song. Soft deadly notes the lifeless tongue inspire. A doleful tune sounds from the floating lyre. The hollow's banks in solemn consort mourn. And the sad strain in echoing groans return. Now with the current to the sea they glide, borne by the billows of the briny tide. And drive in where waves round rocky Lesbos roar. They strand, and lodge upon Methymna's shore. But here, when landed on the foreign soil, a venomed snake, the product of the isle, attempts the head, and sacred locks embrood with clotted gore, and still fresh dropping blood. Phoebus, at last, his kind protection gives. And from the fact the greedy monster drives, whose marbled jaws his impious crime atone. Still grinning ghastly, though transformed to stone, his ghost flies downward to the Stygian shore, and knows the places it had seen before. Among the shadows of the pious train, he finds Eurydice, and loves again. With pleasure views the beauteous phantom's charms, and clasps her in his unsubstantial arms. There side by side they unmolested walk, or pass their blissful hours in pleasing talk. Aft or before the bard securely goes, and, without danger, can review his spouse. The Thracian women transformed to trees. Bacchus, resolving to revenge the wrong of Orpheus murdered, on the madding throng, decreed that each accomplice dame should stand fixed by the roots along the conscious land. Their wicked feet, that late so nimbly ran, to wreak their malice on the guiltless man, sudden with twisted ligatures were bound, like trees, deep planted in the turfy ground. And, as the fowler with his subtle gins, his feathered captives by the feet entwines, that fluttering pant, and struggle to get loose, yet only closer draw the fatal noose. So these were caught. And, as they strove in vain to quit the place, they but increased their pain. They flounce and toil, yet find themselves controlled. The root, though pliant, toughly keeps its hold. In vain their toes and feet they look to find, for even their shapely legs are clothed with rind. One smites her thighs with a lamenting stroke, and finds the flesh transformed to solid oak. Another, with surprise, and grief distressed, lays on above, but beats a wooden breast. A rugged bark their softer neck invades. Their branching arms shoot up delightful shades. At once they seem, and are, a real grove, with mossy trunks below, and verdant leaves above. The fable of Midas. Nor this suffect, the god's disgust remains, and he resolves to quit their hated plains. The vineyards of Timol engross his care, and, with a better choir, he fixes there, where the smooth streams of clear Pactolus rolled, then undistinguished for its sands of gold. The satyrs with the nymphs, his usual throng, come to salute their god, and jovial danked along. Silenus only missed, for while he reeled, feeble with age, and wine, about the field, the hoary drunkard had forgot his way, and to the Phrygian clowns became a prey, who to King Midas dragged the captive god, while on his toddy pate the wreaths of ivy gnawed. Midas from Orpheus had been taught his lore, and knew the rites of Bacchus long before. He, when he saw his venerable guest, in honor of the god ordained a feast. 10 days in course, with each continued night, were spent in genial mirth, and brisk delight. Then on 11th, when with brighter ray, phosphor had checked the fading stars away, the king through Lydia's fields young Bacchus sought, and to the god his foster father brought. Pleased with the welcome sight, he bids him soon but name his wish, and swears to grant the boon. A glorious offer, yet but ill bestowed on him whose choice so little judgment showed. Give me, says he, nor thought he asked too much, that with my body whatsoe'er I touch, chong from a nature which it held of old, may be converted into yellow gold. He had his wish. But yet the god repined. To think the fool no better wish could find. But the brave king departed from the place, with smiles of gladness sparkling in his face. Nor could contain, but, as he took his way, impatient longs to make the first essay. Down from a lowly branch a twig he drew. The twig straight glittered with a golden hue. He takes a stone, the stone was turned to gold. A clod he touches, and the crumbling mold acknowledged soon the great transforming power. In weight and substance like a mass of ore. He plucked the corn, and straight his grasp appears, filled with a bending tuft of golden ears. An apple next he takes, and seems to hold the bright Hesperian vegetable gold. His hand he careless on a pillar lays. With shining gold the fluted pillars blaze. And while he washes, as the servants pour, his touch converts the stream to Danae's shore. To see these miracles so finely wrought, fires with transporting joy his giddy thought. The ready slaves prepare a sumptuous board, spread with rich dainties for their happy lord, whose powerful hands the bread no sooner hold, but its whole substance is transformed to gold. Up to his mouth he lifts the savory meat, which turns to gold as he attempts to eat. His patron's noble juice of purple hue, touched by his lips, a gilded cordial grew, unfit for drink, and wondrous to behold. It trickles from his jaws a fluid gold. The rich poor fool, confounded with surprise, starving in all his various plenty lies. Sick of his wish, he now detests the power, for which he asked so earnestly before. Amidst his gold with pinching famine cursed, and justly tortured with an equal thirst. At last his shining arms to Heaven he rears, and in distress, for refuge, flies to prayers. O Father Bacchus, I have sinned, he cried, and foolishly thy gracious gift applied. Thy pity now, repenting, I implore. Oh, may I feel the golden plague no more. The hungry wretch, his folly thus confessed, touched the kind deity's good-natured breast. The gentle God annulled his first decree, and from the cruel compact set him free. But then, to cleanse him quite from further harm, and to dilute the relics of the charm, he bids him seek the stream that cuts the land, nigh where the towers of Lydian Sardis stand. Then trace the river to the fountain head, and meet it rising from its rocky bed. There, as the bubbling tide pours forth amain, to plunge his body in, and wash away the stain. The king instructed to the fount retires, but with the golden charm the stream inspires. For while this quality the man forsakes, an equal power the limpid water takes, informs with veins of gold the neighboring land, and glides along a bed of golden sand. Now loathing wealth, occasion of his woes, far in the woods he sought a calm repose. In caves and grottos, where the nymphs resort, and keep with mountain Pan their sylvan court. Ah! Had he left his stupid soul behind, but his condition altered not his mind. For where high Molus rears his shady brow, and from his cliffs surveys the seas below, in his descent, by Sardis bounded here, by the small confines of Hypepa there, Pan to the nymphs his frolic ditties played, tuning his reeds beneath the checkered shade. The nymphs are pleased, the boasting Sylvan plays, and speaks with sleight of great Apollo's lays. Molus was arbiter, the boaster still accepts the trial with unequal skill. The venerable judge was seated high on his own hill, that seemed to touch the sky. Above the whispering trees his head he rears, from their encumbering boughs to free his ears. A wreath of oak alone his temples bound, the pendant acorns loosely dangled round. In me your judge, says he, there's no delay. Then bids the goatherd god begin, and play. Pan tunned the pipe, and with his rural song, pleased the low taste of all the vulgar throng. Such songs a vulgar judgment mostly please. Midas was there, and Midas judged with these. The mountain sire with grave deportment now to Phoebus turns his venerable brow. And, as he turns, with him the listening wood in the same posture of attention stood. The god his own Parnassian laurel crowned, and in a wreath his golden tresses bound. Graceful his purple mantle swept the ground. High on the left his four-ree lute he riced. The lute, embossed with glittering jewels, blazed. In his right hand he nicely held the quill. His easy posture spoke a master's skill. The strings he touched with more than human art, which pleased the judge's ear, and soothed his heart. Who soon judiciously the palm decreed, and to the lute postponed the squeaking reed. All, with applause, the rightful sentence heard. Midas alone dissatisfied appeared. To him unjustly given the judgment seems. For Pan's barbaric notes he most esteems. The lyric god, who thought his untoned ear deserved but ill a human form to wear. Of that deprives him, and supplies the place with some more fit, and of an ampler space. Fixed on his noddle an unseemly pair, flagging, and large, and full of whitish hair, without a total change from what he was. Still in the man preserves the simple ass. He, to conceal the scandal of the deed, a purple turban folds about his head, veils the reproach from public view, and fears the laughing world would spy his monstrous ears. One trusty barber slave, that us to dress his master's hair, when lengthened to excess. The mighty secret knew, but knew alone. And, though impatient, durst not make it known. Restless, at last, a private place he found. Then dug a hole, and told it to the ground. In a low whisper he revealed the case, and covered in the earth, and silent left the place. In time, of trembling reeds a plenteous crop from the confided furrow sprouted up, which, high advancing with the ripening year, made known the tiller, and his fruitless care. For then the rustling blades, and whispering wind, to tell important secret, both combined. The building of Troy. Phoebus, with full revenge, from Molus flies, darts through the air, and cleaves the liquid skies. Near Hellespont he lights, and treads the plains, where great Laomedon's sole monarch reigns. Where, built between the two projecting strands, to Panamphian Jove an altar stands. Here first aspiring thoughts the king employ, to found the lofty Toares of future Troy. The work, from schemes magnificent begun, at vast expense was slowly carried on, which Phoebus seeing, with the trident god, who rules the swelling surges with his nod, assuming each a mortal shape, combine at a set price to finish his design. The work was built, the king their price denies, and his injustice backs with perjuries. This Neptune could not brook, but drove the main, a mighty deluge, o'er the Phrygian plain. 'Twas all a sea, the waters of the deep, from every vale the copious harvest sweep. The briny billows overflow the soil, ravage the fields, and mock the ploughman's toil. Nor this appeased the gods' revengeful mind, for still a greater plague remains behind. A huge sea monster lodges on the sands, and the king's daughter for his prey demands. To him that saved the damsel, was decreed a set of horses of the sun's fine breed. But when I'll see this from the rock unteed, the trembling fair, the ransom was denied. He, in revenge, the new-built walls attacked, and the twice-perjured city bravely sacked. Telamon aided, and injustice shard part of the plunder as his due reward. The princess, rescued late, with all her charms, Hesione, was yielded to his arms. For Peleus, with a goddess bride, was more proud of his spouse, than of his birth before. Grandsons to Jove there might be more than one. But he the goddess had enjoyed alone. The story of Thetis and Peleus. For Proteus thus to virgin Thetis said, Fair goddess of the waves, consent to wed. And take some sprightly lover to your bed. A son you'll have, the terror of the field. To whom in fame, and power his sire shall yield. Jove, who adored the nymph with boundless love, did from his breast the dangerous flame remove. He knew the fates, nor cared to raise up one, whose fame and greatness should eclipse his own. On happy Peleus he bestowed her charms, and blessed his grandson in the goddess' arms. A silent creek Thessalia's coast can show. 2 arms project, and shape it like a bow. 'Twould make a bay, but the transparent tide does scarce the yellow gravel bottom hide. For the quick eye may through the liquid wave a firm unweedy level beach perceive. A grove of fragrant myrtle near it grows, whose boughs, though thick, a beauteous grot disclose. The well-wrought fabric, to discerning eyes, rather by art than nature seems to rise. A bridal dolphin oft fair Thetis bore to this her loved retreat, her favourite shore. Here Peleus seized her, slumbering while she lay, and urged his suit with all that love could say. But when he found her obstinately coy, resolved to force her, and command the joy. The nymph, o'erpoured, to art for succor flies, and various shapes the eager youth surprise. A bird she seems, but plies her wings in vain. His hands the fleeting substance still detain. A branchy tree high in the air she grew. About its bark his nimble arms he threw. A tiger next she glares with flaming eyes. The frightened lover quits his hold, and flies. The sea gods he with sacred rites adores. Then a libation on the ocean pours, while the fat entrails crackle in the fire, and sheets of smoke in sweet perfume aspire. Till Proteus rising from his oozy bed, thus to the poor desponding lover said, No more in anxious thoughts your mind employ, for yet you shall possess the dear expected joy. You must once more unwary nymph surprise, as in her coolly grot she slumbering lies. Then bind her fast with unrelenting hands, and strain her tender limbs with knotted bands. Still hold her under every different shape, till tiered she tries no longer to escape. Thus he, then sunk beneath the glassy flood, and broken accents fluttered, where he stood. The transformation of Deucalion. Bright soul had almost now his journey done, and down the steepy western convex run, when the fair Nereid left the briny wave, and, as she retreated to her cave. He scarce had bound her fast, when she arose, and into various shapes her body throws. She went to move her arms, and found him tied. Then with a sigh, Some god assists ye, cried, and in her proper shape stood blushing by his side. About her waist his longing arms he flung, from which embrace the great Achilles sprung. Peleus unmixed felicity enjoyed, blessed in a valiant son, and virtuous bride, till fortune did in blood his hands embrue, and his own brother by cursed chance he slew. Then driven from Thessaly, his native clime, Trachinia first gave shelter to his crime, where peaceful Ceres mildly filled the throne, and like his sire, the morning planet, shone. But now, unlike himself, bedewed with tears, mourning a brother lost, his brow appears. First to the town with travel spent, and care, Peleus, and his small company repair. His herds, and flocks the while at leisure feed, on the rich pasture of a neighboring mead. The prince before the royal presence brought, shewed by the suppliant olive what he sought. Then tells his name, and race, and country right, but hides unhappy reason of his flight. He begs the king some little town to give, where they may safe his faithful vassals live. Ceres replied, to all my bounty flows. A hospitable realm your suit has chose. Your glorious race, and far resounding fame. And grandsire Jove, peculiar favors claim. All you can wish, I grant. Entreaties spare. My kingdom, would 'twere worth the sharing, share. Tears stopped his speech, astonished Peleus pleads. To know the cause from whence his grief proceeds. The prince replied, there's none of ye but deems. This hawk was ever such as now it seems. No, 'twas a hero once, Deucalion named. For warlike deeds, and haughty valor famed. Like me to that bright luminary born. Who wakes Aurora, and brings on the morn. His fierceness still remains, and love of blood. Now dread of birds, and tyrant of the wood. My make was softer, peace my greatest care. But this my brother wholly bent on war. Late nations feared, and routed armies fled. That force, which now the timorous pigeons dread. A daughter he possessed, divinely fair. And scarcely yet had seen her 15th year. Young Chione, 1,000 rivals strove. To win the maid, and teach her how to love. Phoebus, and Mercury by chance one day. From Delphi, and Cyllene passed this way. Together they the virgin saw, desire. At once warmed both their breasts with amorous fire. Phoebus resolved to wait, till close of day. But Mercury's hot love brooked no delay. With his entrancing rod the maid he charms. And unresisted revels in her arms. 'Twas night, and Phoebus in a beldame's dress. To the late rifled beauty got access. Her time complete 9 circling moons had run. To either god she bore a lovely son. To Mercury Autolycus she brought. Who turned to thefts and tricks his subtle thought. Possessed he was of all his father's sleight. At will made white look black, and black look white. Philammon born to Phoebus, like his sire. The Muses loved, and finely struck the lyre. And made his voice, and touch in harmony conspire. In vain, fond maid, you boast this double birth. The love of gods, and royal fathers' worth. And Jove among your ancestors rehearse. Could blessings such as these e'er prove a curse? To her they did, who with audacious pride. Vain of her own, Diana's charms decried. Her taunts the goddess with resentment fill. My face you like not, you shall try my skill. She said. And straight her vengeful bow she strung. And sent a shaft that pierced her guilty tongue. The bleeding tongue in vain its accents tries. In the red stream her soul reluctant flies. With sorrow wild I ran to her relief. And tried to moderate my brother's grief. He, deaf as rocks by stormy surges beat. Loudly laments, and hears me not entreat. When on the funral pile he saw her laid. Thrice he to rush into the flames essayed. Thrice with officious care by us was stayed. Now, mad with grief, away he fled amain. Like a stung heifer that resents the pain. And bellowing wildly bounds along the plain. O'er the most rugged ways so fast he ran. He seemed a bird already, not a man. He left us breathless all behind. And now, in quest of death had gained Parnassus' brow. But when from thence headlong himself he threw. He fell not, but with airy pinions flew. Phoebus in pity chonged him to a fowl. Whose crooked beak and claws the birds control. Little of bulk, but of a warlike soul. A hawk become, the feathered race's foe. He tries to case his own by others' woe. A wolf turned into marble. While they astonished heard the king relate these wonders of his hapless brother's fate. The prince's herdsman at the court arrives. And fresh surprise to all the audience gives. O Peleus, Peleus! Dreadful news I bear. He said, and trembled as he spoke for fear. The worst, affrighted Peleus bid him tell. Whilst Sikhs too grew pale with friendly zeal. Thus he began, when soul mid-heaven had gained. And half his way was past, and half remained. I to the level shore my cattle drove, and let them freely in the meadows rove. Some stretched at length admire the watery plain. Some cropped the herb, some wanton swam the main. A temple stands of antique make hard by, where no gilt domes, nor marble lure the eye. Unpolished rafters bear its lowly height, hid by a grove, as ancient, from the sight. Here Nereus, and the Nereids they adore. I learnt it from the man who thither bore his net, to dry it on the sunny shore. Adjoins a lake, inclosed with willows round, where swelling waves have overflowed the mound, and, muddy, stagnate on the lower ground. From thence a rustling noise increasing flies, strikes the still shore, and frights us with surprise. Straight a huge wolf rushed from the marshy wood, his jaws besmeared with mingled foam and blood, though equally by hunger urged and rage. His appetite he minds not to assuage. Not that he meets, his rabid fury spares, but the whole herd with mad disorder tears. Some of our men who strove to drive him thence, torn by his teeth, have died in their defense. The echoing lakes, the sea, and fields, and shore, empurpled blush with streams of reeking gore. Delay is loss, nor have we time for thought. While yet some few remain alive, we ought to seize our arms, and with confederate force try if we so can stop his bloody course. But Peleus cared not for his ruined herd. His crime he called to mind, and thence inferred that Psamathes revenge this havoc made, in sacrifice to murdered Phocus shade. The king commands his servants to their arms, resolved to go. But the loud noise alarms his lovely queen, who from her chamber flew, and her half-plaited hair behind her threw. About his neck she hung with loving fears, and now with words, and now with pleading tears, entreated that he'd send his men alone, and stay himself, to save two lives in one. Then Peleus, your just fears, O queen, forget. Too much the offer leaves me in your debt. No arms against the monster I shall bear, but the sea nymphs appease with humble prayer. The citadel's high turrets pierce the sky, which homebound vessels, glad, from far descry. This they ascend, and thence with sorrow ken the mangled heifers lie, and bleeding men. Inexorable ravager they view, with blood discolored, still the rest pursue. There Peleus prayed submissive towards the sea, and deprecates the ire of injured Psamathe. But deaf to all his prayers the nymph remained, till Thetis for her spouse the boon obtained. Pleased with the luxury, the furious beast, unstopped, continues still his bloody feast. While yet upon a sturdy bull he flew, charmed by the nymph, a marble block he grew. No longer dreadful now the wolf appears, buried in stone, and vanished like their fears. Yet still the fates unhappy Peleus vexed. To the Magnesian shore he wanders next. Acastus there, who arguelled the peaceful clime, grants his request, and expiates his crime. The story of Ceyx and Alcyone. These prodigies affect the pious prince, but more perplexed with those that happened since. He purposes to seek the clarion god, avoiding Delphi, his more famed abode, since Phlegian robbers made unsafe the road. Yet could he not from her he loved so well the fatal voyage, he resolved, conceal. But when she saw her lord prepared to part, a deadly cold ran shivering to her heart. Her faded cheeks are changed to boxen hue, and in her eyes the tears are ever new. She thrice essayed to speak, her accents hung, and faltering died unfinished on her tongue, and vanished into sighs, with long delay. Her voice returned, and found the wonted way. Tell me, my lord, she said, what fault unknown thy once beloved Alcyone has done, Whither, ah, whither, is thy kindness gone? Can Sikhs then sustain to leave his wife? And unconcerned forsake the sweets of life? What can thy mind to this long journey move? Or needst thou absence to renew thy love? Yet, if thou goest by land, though grief possess my soul even then, my fears will be the less. But ah! Be warned to shun the watery way. The face is frightful of the stormy sea. For late I saw adrift disjointed planks, and empty tombs erected on the banks. Nor let false hopes to trust betray thy mind. Because my sire in caves constrains the wind, can with a breath their clamorous rage appease. They fear his whistle, and forsake the seas. Not so, for once indulged, they sweep the main. Deaf to the call, or hear in vain. But bent on mischief bear the waves before. And not content with seas, insult the shore. When ocean, air, and earth, at once engage, and rooted forests fly before their rage. At once the clashing clouds to battle move, and lightnings run across the fields above. I know them well, and mark their rude comport, while yet a child within my father's court. In times of tempest they command alone, and he but sits precarious on the throne. The more I know, the more my fears augment. And fears are oft prophetic of th event. But if not fears, or reasons will prevail, if fate has fixed the obstinate to sail, go not without thy wife, but let me bear my part of danger with an equal share. And present, what I suffer only fear. Then o'er the bounding billows shall we fly, secure to live together, or to die. These reasons moved her warlike husband's heart. But still he held his purpose to depart. For as he loved her equal to his life, he would not to the seas expose his wife. Nor could be wrought his voyage to refrain, but sought by arguments to soothe her pain. Nor these availed. At length he lights on one, with which so difficult a cause he won. My love, so short an absence cease to fear. For by my father's holy flame I swear, before 2 moons their orb with light adorn, if he then allow me life, I will return. This promise of so short a stay prevails. He soon equips the ship, supplies the sails, and gives the word to launch. She trembling views this pomp of death, and parting tears renews. Last with a kiss, she took a long farewell. Sight with a sad presage, and swooning fell. While seeks delays, the lusty crew riced on their banks, their oars in order drew. To their broad breasts, the ship with fury flew. The queen recovered, rears her humid eyes, and first her husband on the poop espies, shaking his hand at distance on the main. She took the sign, and shook her hand again. Still as the ground recedes, contracts her view with sharpened sight, till she no longer knew the much-loved face, that comfort lost supplies. With less, and with the galley feeds her eyes. The galley borne from view by rising gales. She followed with her sight the flying sails. When even the flying sails were seen no more, forsaken of all sight she left the shore. Then on her bridal bed her body throws, and sought in sleep her wearied eyes to close. Her husband's pillow, and the widowed part, which once he pressed, renewed the former smart. And now a breeze from shore began to blow. The sailors shipped their oars, and ceased to row. Then hoist their yards a-trip, and all their sails let fall, to court the wind, and catch the gales. By this the vessel half her course had run. Both showers were lost to sight. When at the close of day a stiffer gale at east arose. The sea grew white, the ruling waves from far, like heralds, first denounced the watery war. This seen, the master soon began to cry, strike the topsail, let the mainsheet fly. And furl your sails, the winds repel the sound. And in the speaker's mouth the speech is drowned. Yet of their own accord, as danger taught. Each in his way, officiously they wrought. Some stow their oars, or stop the leaky sides. Another bolder, yet the yard bestrides. And folds the sails. A fourth with labor laves. Intruding seas, and waves ejects on waves. In this confusion while their work they ply. The winds augment the winter of the sky. And wage intestine wars. The suffering seas are tossed, and mingled, as their tyrants please. The master would command, but in despair of safety, stands amazed with stupid care. Nor what to bid, or what forbid he knows. Ungoverned tempest to such fury grows. Vain is his force, and vainer is his skill. With such a concourse comes the flood of ill. The cries of men are mixed with rattling shrouds. Seas dash on seas, and clouds encounter clouds. At once from east to west, from pole to pole. The forky lightnings flash, the roaring thunders rowl. Now waves on waves ascending scale the skies. And in the fires above the water fries. When yellow sands are sifted from below. The glittering billows give a golden show. And when the fouler bottom spews the black. The Stygian dye the tainted waters take. Then frothy white appear the flatted seas. And change their color, changing their disease. Like various fits the Trochin vessel finds. And now sublime, she rides upon the winds. As from a lofty summit looks from high. And from the clouds beholds the nether sky. Now from the depth of hell they lift their sight. And at a distance see superior light. The lashing billows make a loud report. And beat her sides, as battering rams a fort. Or as a lion bounding in his way. With force augmented, bears against his prey. Sidelong to seize. Or unapled with fear. Springs on the toils, and rushes on the spear. So seas impelled by winds, with added power. Assault the sides, and o'er the hatches towar. The planks, their pitchy sea veering washed away. Now yield. And now a yawning breach display. The roaring waters with a hostile tide. Rush through the ruins of her gaping side. Meantime in sheets of rain the sky descends. An ocean swelled with waters upwards tends. One rising, falling one, the heave and sea. Meet at their confines, in the middle way. The sails are drunk with showers, and drop with rain. Sweet waters mingle with the briny main. No star appears to lend his friendly light. Darkness, and tempest make a double night. But flashing fires disclose the deep by turns. And while the lightnings blaze, the water burns. Now all the waves their scattered force unite. And as a soldier foremost in the fight. Makes way for others, and an host alone. Still presses on, and urging gains the town. So while invading billows come abreast. The hero 10th advanced before the rest. Sweeps all before him with impetuous sway. And from the walls descends upon the prey. Part following enter, part remain without. With envy hear their fellows conquering shout. And mount on others' backs, in hopes to share. The city, thus become the seat of war. An universal cry resounds aloud. The sailors run in heaps, a helpless crowd. Art fails, and courage falls, no succor near. As many waves, as many deaths appear. One weeps, and yet despairs of late relief. One cannot weep, his fears congeal his grief. But stupid, with dry eyes expects his fate. One with loud shrieks laments his lost estate. And calls those happy whom their fun'rals wait. This wretch with prayers and vows the gods implores. And even the skies he cannot see, adores. That other on his friends his thoughts bestows. His careful father, and his faithful spouse. The covetous worldling in his anxious mind thinks only on the wealth he left behind. All seeks his Alcyone employs. For her he grieves, yet in her absence joys. His wife he wishes, and would still be near. Not her with him, but wishes him with her. Now with last looks he seeks his native shore, which fate has destined him to see no more. He sought, but in the dark tempestuous night he knew not whither to direct his sight. So whirl the seas, such darkness blinds the sky, that the black night receives a deeper dye. The giddy ship ran round. The tempest tore her mast, and overboard the rudder bore. One billow mounts, and with a scornful brow, proud of her conquest gained, insults the waves below. Nor lighter falls, than if some giant tore Pindus and Athos with the freight they bore, and tossed on seas, pressed with the ponderous blow. Down sinks the ship within th abyss below. Down with the vessel sink into the main. The many, never more to rise again. Some few on scattered planks, with fruitless care, lay hold, and swim. But while they swim, despair. Even he who late a scepter did command, now grasps a floating fragment in his hand. And while he struggles on the stormy main, invokes his father, and his wife's, in vain. But yet his consort is his greatest care. Alcyone he names amidst his prayer. Names as a charm against the waves and wind. Most in his mouth, and ever in his mind. Tiered with his toil, all hopes of safety past. From prayers to wishes he descends at last. That his dead body, wafted to the sands, might have its burial from her friendly hands. As oft as he can catch a gulp of air, and peep above the seas, he names the fair. And even when plunged beneath, on her he raves, murmuring Alcyone below the waves. At last a falling billow stops his breath, breaks o'er his head, and whelms him underneath. That night, his heaven ly form obscured with tears. And since he was forbid to leave the skies, he muffled with a cloud his mournful eyes. Meantime Alcyone, his fate unknown, computes how many nights he had been gone. Observes the waning moon with hourly view, numbers her age, and wishes for a new. Against the promised time provides with care, and hastens in the woof the robes he was to wear. And for herself employs another loom, new dress to meet her lord returning home. Flattering her heart with joys that never were to come, she fummed the temples with an odorous flame, and oft before the sacred altars came, to pray for him, who was an empty name. All powers implored, but far above the rest. To Juno she her pious vows addressed, her much-loved lord from perils to protect, and safe o'er seas his voyage to direct. Then prayed, that she might still possess his heart, and no pretending rival share a part. This last petition heard of all her prayer. The rest, dispersed by winds, were lost in air. But she, the goddess of the nuptial bed, teared with her vain devotions for the dead, resolved the tainted hand should be repelled, which incense offered, and her altar held. Then Iris thus bespoke, thou faithful maid, by whom thy queen's commands are well conveyed. Haste to the house of sleep, and bid the god, who rules the night by visions with a nod, prepare a dream, in figure, and in form, resembling him, who perished in the storm. This form before Alcyone present, to make her certain of the sad event. Endued with robes of various hue she flies, and flying draws an arch, a segment of the skies. Then leaves her bending bow, and from the steep descends, to search the silent house of sleep. The house of sleep. Near the Cimmerians, in his dark abode, deep in a cavern, dwells the drowsy god, whose gloomy mansion nor the rising sun, nor setting, visits, nor the lightsome noon. But lazy vapors round the region fly. Perpetual twilight, and a doubtful sky. No crowing cock does there his wings display. Nor with his horny bill provoke the day. Nor watchful dogs, nor the more wakeful geese. Disturb with nightly noise the sacred peace. Nor beast of nature, nor the tame are nigh. Nor trees with tempests rocked, nor human cry. But safe repose without an air of breath. Dwells here, and a dumb quiet next to death. An arm of Lethe, with a gentle flow. Arising upwards from the rock below. The palace moats, and o'er the pebbles creeps. And with soft murmurs calls the coming sleeps. Around its entry nodding poppies grow. And all cool simples that sweet rest bestow. Night from the plants their sleepy virtue drains. And passing, sheds it on the silent plains. No door there was unguarded house to keep. On creaking hinges turned, to break his sleep. But in the gloomy court was riced a bed. Stuffed with black plumes, and on an ebon stead. Black was the sea veering too, where lay the god. And slept supine, his limbs displayed abroad. About his head fantastic visions fly. Which various images of things supply. And mock their forms. The leaves on trees not more. Nor bearded ears in fields, nor sands upon the shore. The virgin entering bright, indulged the day. To the brown cave, and brushed the dreams away. The god disturbed with this new glare of light. Cast sudden on his face, unsealed his sight. And riced his tardy head, which sunk again. And sinking, on his bosom knocked his chin. At length shook off himself, and asked the dame. And asking yawned, for what intent she came. To whom the goddess thus, O sacred rest. Sweet pleasing sleep, of all the powers the best. O peace of mind, repairer of decay. Whose balms renew the limbs to labors of the day. Care shuns thy soft approach, and sullen flies away. Adorn a dream, expressing human form. The shape of him who suffered in the storm. And send it flitting to the Trachin court. The wreck of wretched seeks to report. Before his queen bid the pale spectre stand. Who begs a vain relief at Juno's hand. She said, and scarce awake her eyes could keep. Unable to support the fumes of sleep. But fled, returning by the way she went. And swerved along her bow with swift ascent. The god, uneasy, till he slept again. Resolved at once to rid himself of pain. And, though, against his custom, called aloud. Exciting Morpheus from the sleepy crowd. Morpheus, of all his numerous train, expressed. The shape of man, and imitated best. The walk, the words, the gesture could supply. The habit mimic, and the main belly. Plays well, but all his action is confined. Extending not beyond our human kind. Another, birds, and beasts, and dragons apes. And dreadful images, and monster shapes. This demon, Icelos, in Heaven's high hall. The gods have nommed, but men folk recall. A third is Phantasis, whose actions rowl. On meaner thoughts, and things devoid of soul. Earth, fruits, and flowers he represents in dreams. And solid rocks unmoved, and running streams. These three to kings, and chiefs their scenes display. The rest before ignoble commons play. Of these the chosen Morpheus is dispatched. Which done, the lazy monarch, overwatched. Down from his propping elbow drops his head. Dissolved in sleep, and shrinks within his bed. Darkling the demon glides, for flight prepared. So soft, that scarce his fanning wings are heard. To Trachin, swift as thought, the flitting shade. Through air his momentary journey made. Then lays aside the steerage of his wings. Forsakes his proper form, assumes the king's. And pale, as death, despoiled of his array. Into the queen's apartment takes his way. And stands before the bed at dawn of day. Unmoved his eyes, and wet his beard appears. And shedding vain, but seeming real tears. The briny waters dropping from his hairs. Then staring on her with a ghastly look. And hollow voice, he thus the queen bespoke. Know'st thou not me? Not yet, unhappy wife? Or are my features perished with my life? Look once again, and for thy husband lost. Lo, all that's left of him, thy husband's ghost. Thy vows for my return were all in vain. The stormy south o'ertook us in the main. And never shalt thou see thy living lord again. Bear witness, he then, I called on thee in death. And while I called, a billow stopped my breath. Think not, that flying fame reports my fate. I present, I appear, and my own wreck relate. Rise, wretched widow, rise. Nor undeplored. Permit my soul to pass the Stygian ford. But rise, prepared in black, to mourn thy perished lord. Thus said the player god. And adding art of voice and gesture, so performed his part. She thought, so like her love the shade appears. That Ceyx spake the words, and Ceyx shed the tears. She groaned, her inward soul with grief oppressed. She sighed, she wept, and sleeping beat her breast. Then stretched her arms to embrace his body bare. Her clasping arms enclose but empty air. At this, not yet awake, she cried, "Oh stay! One is our fate, and common is our way." So dreadful was the dream, so loud she spoke, that starting sudden up, the slumber broke. Then cast her eyes around, in hope to view her vanished lord, and find the vision true. For now the maids, who waited her commands, ran in with lighted tapers in their hands. Teared with the search, not finding what she seeks. With cruel blows she pounds her blubbered cheeks. Then from her beaten breast the linen tear, and cut the golden caul that bound her hair. Her nurse demands the cause. With louder cries, she prosecutes her griefs, and thus replies. No more Alcyone. She suffered death with her loved lord, when Ceyx lost his breath. No flattery, no false comfort, give me none. My shipwrecked Ceyx is forever gone. I saw him manifest in view. His voice, his figure, and his gestures new. His luster lost, and every living grace. Yet I retained the features of his face. Though, with pale cheeks, wet beard, and dropping hair, none but my Ceyx could appear so fair. I would have strained him with a strict embrace. But through my arms he slipped, and vanished from the place. There, even just there he stood. And as she spoke, where last the spectre was she cast her look. Fain would she hope, and gazed upon the ground, if any printed footsteps might be found. Then sight, and said, this I too well foreknew. And my prophetic fears presaged too true. 'Twas what I begged, when with a bleeding heart I took my leave, and suffered thee to part. Or I to go along, or thou to stay. Never, ah never to divide our way. Happier for me, that all our hours assigned together we had lived, even not in death disjoined. So had my Ceyx still been living here. Or with my Ceyx I had perished there. Now I die absent, in the vast profound. And me, without myself, the seas have drowned. The storms were not so cruel, should I strive to lengthen life, and such a grief survive. But neither will I strive, nor wretched thee in death forsake, but keep thee company. If not one common sepulchre contains our bodies, or one urn our last remains, yet Ceyx and Alcyone shall join, their names remembered in one common line. No farther voice her mighty grief affords, for sighs come rushing in betwixt her words, and stopped her tongue, but what her tongue denied, soft tears, and groans, and dumb complaints supplied. 'Twas morning. To the port she takes her way, and stands upon the margin of the sea. That place, that very spot of ground she sought, or thither by her destiny was brought, where last he stood, and while she sadly said, "'Twas here he left me, lingering here delayed, his parting kiss, and there his anchors wait." Thus speaking, while her thoughts past actions trace, and call to mind, admonished by the place. Sharp at her utmost can she cast her eyes, and somewhat floating from afar descries. It seems a core adrift to distant sight, but at a distance who could judge aright? It wafted nearer yet, and then she knew that what before she but surmised, was true. A core it was, but whose it was, unknown. Yet Ovid, how, she made the cause her own. Took the bad omen of a shipwrecked man. As for a stranger wept, and thus began. "Poor wretch, on stormy seas to lose thy life. Unhappy thou, but more thy widowed wife." At this she paused, for now the flowing tide had brought the body nearer to the side. The more she looks, the more her fears increase, at nearer sight. And she's herself the less. Now driven ashore, and at her feet it lies. She knows too much in knowing whom she sees. Her husband's core, at this she loudly shrieks. "'Tis he, she cries, and tears her cheeks. Her hair, and vest. And stooping to the sands, about his neck she cast her trembling hands. "And is it thus, O dearer than my life? Thus return'st thou to thy longing wife?" She said, and to the neighboring mole she strode. Riced there to break incursions of the flood. Headlong from hence to plunge herself she springs, but shoots along, supported on her wings. A bird new made, about the banks she plies. Not far from shore, and short excursions tries. Nor seeks in air her humble flight to raise. Content to skim the surface of the seas. Her bill though slender, sends a creaking noise, and imitates a lamentable voice. Now lighting where the bloodless body lies, she with a funral note renews her cries. At all her stretch, her little wings she spread, and with her feathered arms embraced the dead. Then flickering to his pallid lips, she strove to print a kiss, the last essay of love. Whether the vital touch revived the dead, or that the moving waters riced his head. To meet the kiss, the vulgar doubt alone. For sure a present miracle was shown. The gods their shapes to winter birds translate, but both obnoxious to their former fate. Their conjugal affection still is tied, and still the mournful race is multiplied. They bill, they tread. Alcyone compressed 7 days sits brooding on her floating nest. A wintry queen, her sire at length is kind. Calms every storm, and hushes every wind. Prepares his empire for his daughter's ease, and for his hatching nephews smooths the seas. Aeacus transformed into a cormorant. These some old man sees wanton in the air, and praises the unhappy constant pair. Then to his friend the long-necked cormorant shows the former tale reviving others' woes. That sable bird, he cries, which cuts the flood, with slender legs, was once of royal blood. His ancestors from mighty Tros proceed, the brave Laomedon, and Ganymede, whose beauty tempted Jove to steal the boy. And Priam, hapless prince, who fell with Troy. Himself was Hector's brother, and had fate but given this hopeful youth a longer date. Perhaps had rivaled warlike Hector's worth, though on the mother's side of meaner birth. Fair Alexotho, a country maid, bare Aeacus by stealth in Ida's shade. He fled the noisy town, and pompous court. Loved the lone hills, and simple rural sport. And seldom to the city would resort. Yet he no rustic clownishness professed. Nor was soft love a stranger to his breast. The youth had long the nymph Hespere wooed. Oft through the thicket, or the mead pursued. Her haply on her father's bank he spied. While fearless she her silver tresses dried. Away she fled, not stags with half such speed. Before the prowling wolf, scud o'er the mead. Not ducks, when they the safer flood forsake. Pursued by hawks, so swift regain the lake. As fast he followed in the hot career. Desire the lover winged, the virgin fear. A snake unseen now pierced her heedless foot. Quick through the veins the venom juices shoot. She fell, and, scapt by death his fierce pursuit. Her lifeless body, fright, he embracked. And cried, not this I dreaded, but thy haste. Oh, had my love been less, or less thy fear. The victory, thus bought, is far too dear. Accursed snake! Yet I more cursed than he. He gave the wound. The cause was given by me. Yet none shall say, that unrevenged you de-wide. He spoke, then climbed a cliff's o'erhanging side. And, resolute, leaped on the foaming tide. Tethys received him gently on the wave. The death he sought denied, and feathers gave. Debarred the surest remedy of grief. And forked to live, he cursed unasked relief. Then on his airy pinions upward flies. And at a second fall successless tries. The downy plume a quick descent denies. Enragged, he often dives beneath the wave. And there in vain expects to find a grave. His ceaseless sorrow for unhappy made. Meagred his look, and on his spirits preyed. Still near the sounding deep he lives, his name. From frequent diving and emerging came. The end of the 11th book. Book the 12th. The expedition against Troy, Achilles and sickness, Canes, the battle of the Lapiths and Centaurs, Nestor and Hercules, the death of Achilles. Priam, to whom the story was unknown. As dead. Deplored his metamorphosed son. A cenotaph his name, and title kept. And Hector round the tomb, with all his brothers, wept. This pious office Paris did not share. Absent alone, and author of the war. Which, for the Spartan queen, the Grecians drew. Avenged the rape, and Asia to subdue. The Trojan War. 1,000 ships were manned, to sail the sea. Nor had their just resentments found delay. Had not the winds, and waves opposed their way. At Aulis, with united powers they meet. But there, cross winds or calms detained the fleet. Now, while they raise an altar on the shore. And Jove with solemn sacrifice adore. A boding sign the priests and people see. A snake of size immense ascends a tree. And, in the leafy summit, spied a nest. Which o'er her callow young, a sparrow pressed. 8 were the birds unfledged. Their mother flew. And hovered round her care, but still in view. Till the fierce reptile first devoured the brood. Then seized the fluttering dam, and drunk her blood. This dire ostent, the fearful people view. Calchas alone, by Phoebus taught, foreknew. What he then decreed. And with a smiling glance. Thus gratulates to Greece her happy chance. O Argives, we shall conquer, Troy is ours. But long delays shall first afflict our powers. 9 years of labor, the 9 birds portend. The 10th shall in the town's destruction end. The serpent, who his maw obscene had filled. The branches in his curled embraces held. But, as in spires he stood, he turned to stone. The stony snake retained the figure still his own. Yet, not for this, the wind-bound navy wait. Slack were their sails, and Neptune disobeyed. Some thought him loath the town should be destroyed. Whose building had his hands divine employed. Not so the seer. Who knew, and known foreshowed. The virgin Phoebe, with a virgin's blood. Must first be reconciled, the common cause. Prevailed, and pity yielding to the laws. fair Iphigenia the devoted maid, was, by the weeping priests, in linen robes arrayed. All mourn her fate, but no relief appeared. The royal victim bound, the knife already reared. When that offended power, who cowsed their woe, relenting eased her wrath, and stopped the coming blow. A mist before the ministers she cast, and, in the virgin's room, a hind she placked. Oblation slain, and Phoebe, reconciled. The storm was hushed, and dimpled ocean smilled. A favorable gale arose from shore, which to the port desert, the Grecian galleys bore. The house of fame, full in the midst of this created space, betwixt heaven, earth, and skies, there stands a place, confining on all three, with triple bound, whence all things, though remote, are viewed around, and thither bring their undulating sound. The palace of loud fame, her seat of power, plaqued on the summit of a lofty tower. 1,000 winding entries long and wide receive of fresh reports a flowing tide. 1,000 crannies in the walls are made, nor gate, nor bars exclude the bussy trade. 'Tis built of brass, the better to diffuse the spreading sounds, and multiply the news. Where echoes and repeated echoes play, a mart for ever full, and open night and day. Nor silence is within, nor voice express, but a deaf noise of sounds, that never cease. Confused and chiding, like the hollow roar of tides, receding from insulted shore. Or like the broken thunder heard from far, when Jove at distance drives the ruling war. The courts are filled with a tumultuous din of crowds, or issuing forth, or entreing in. A thoroughfare of news, where some devise things never heard, some mingle truth with lies. The troubled air with empty sounds they beat, intent to hear, and eager to repeat. Error sits brooding there, with added train of vain credulity, and joys as vain. Suspicion, with sedition joined, are near, and rumors riced, and murmurs mixed, and panic fear. Fame sits aloft, and sees the subject ground, and seas about, and skies above, inquiring all around. The goddess gives alarm, and soon is known the Grecian fleet descending on the town. Fixed on defense, the Trojans are not slow to guard their shore, from an expected foe. They meet in fight, by Hector's fatal hand. Protesilaus falls, and bites the strand, which with expense of blood the Grecians won, and proved the strength unknown of Priam's son. And to their cost the Trojan leaders felt the Grecian heroes, and what deaths they dealt. The story of Cygnus. From these first onsets, the Sigean shore was strewed with carcasses, and stained with gore. Neptunian Cygnus troops of Greeks had slain. Achilles in his car had scoured the plain, and cleared the Trojan ranks, where'er he fought. Cygnus, or Hector, through the fields he sought. Cygnus he found, on him his force essayed. For Hector was to the 10th year delayed. His white-maned steeds, that bowed beneath the yoke, he cheered to courage, with a gentle stroke. Then urged his fiery chariot on the foe, and rising shook his lance, in act to throw. But first he cried, O youth, be proud to bear thy death, ennobled by Pelides' spear. The lance pursued the voice without delay, nor did the whizzing weapon miss the way, but pierced his cuirass, with such fury sent, and signed his bosom with a purple dint. At this the seed of Neptune, goddess born, for ornament, not use, these arms are worn. This helm, and heavy buckler, I can spare, as only decorations of the war. So Mars is armed for glory, not for need. 'Tis somewhat more from Neptune to proceed, than from a daughter of the sea to spring. Thy sire is mortal, mine is ocean's king. Secure of death, I showed contemn thy dart, though naked, and impassable depart. He said, and through, the trembling weapon passed. Through 9 bull hides, each under other placked. On his broad shield, and stuck within the last. Achilles wrenched it out, and sent again. The hostile gift was vain. He tried a third, a tough well-chosen spear. Inviolable body stood sincere. Though Cygnus then did no defense provide. But scornful offered his unshielded side. Not otherwise impatient hero fared. Then as a bull encompassed with a guard. Amid the circus roars, provoked from far. By sight of scarlet and a sanguine war. They quit their ground, his bended horns elude. In vain pursuing, and in vain pursued. Before to farther fight he wowed advance. He stood considering, and surveyed his lance. Doubts if he wielded not a wooden spear. Without a point, he looked, the point was there. This is my hand, and this my lance, he said. By which so many thousand foes are dead. Oh, whither is their usual virtue fled? I had it once, and the Lernecian wall. And Tenedos, confessed it in their fall. Thy streams, Caicus, growled a crimson flood. And Thebes ran red with her own natives' blood. Twice Telephus employed their piercing steel. To wound him first, and afterward to heal. The vigor of this arm was never vain. And that my wonted prowess I retain. Witness these heaps of slaughter on the plain. He said, and, doubtful of his former deeds. To some new trial of his force proceeds. He chose Menoetes from among the rest. At him he launched his spear, and pierced his breast. On the hard earth the Lycian knocked his head. And lay supine, and forth the spirit fled. Then thus the hero, neither can I blame. The hand, or javelin, both are still the same. The same I will employ against this foe. And wish but with the same success to throw. So spoke the chief, and while he spoke he threw. The weapon with unerring fury flew. At his left shoulder aimed, nor entrance found. But back, as from a rock, with swift rebound. Harmless returned, a bloody mark appeared. Which with false joy the flattered hero cheered. Wound there was none, the blood that was in view. The lance before from slain Menoetes drew. Headlong he leaps from off his lofty car. And in close fight on foot renews the war. Raging with high disdain, repeats his blows. Nor shield, nor armor can their force oppose. Huge cantlets of his buckler strew the ground. And no defense in his bored arms is found. But on his flesh, no wound or blood is seen. The sword itself is blunted on the skin. This vain attempt the chief no longer bears. But round his hollow temples and his ears. His buckler beats, the son of Neptune, stunned. With these repeated buffets, quits his ground. A sickly sweat succeeds, and shades of night. Inverted nature swims before his sight. Insulting victor presses on the more. And treads the steps the vanquished trod before. Nor rest, nor respite gives. A stone there lay. Behind his trembling foe, and stopped his way. Achilles took advantage which he found. O'erturned he, and pushed him backward on the ground. His buckler held him under, while he pressed. With both his knees. Above his panting breast. Unlacked his helm, about his chin the twist. He tied, and soon the strangled soul dismissed. With eager haste he went to strip the dead. The vanished body from his arms was fled. His sea-god sire, immortalize his frame. Had turned it to a bird that bears his name. A truce succeeds the labors of this day. And arms suspended with a long delay. While Trojan walls are kept with watch and ward. The Greeks before their trenches mount the guard. The feast approached, when to the bluey-wide maid. His vows for Cygnus slain the victor paid. And a white heifer on her altar laid. The reeking entrails on the fire they threw. And to the gods the grateful odor flew. He then had its part in sacrifice, the rest was broiled, and roasted for the future feast. The chief invited guests were set around. And hunger first assuaged, the bowls were crowned, which in deep draughts their cares, and labours drowned. The mellow harp did not their ears employ. And mute was all the warlike symphony. Discourse, the food of souls, was their delight. And pleasing chat prolonged the summer's night. The subject, deeds of arms. And valour shown. Or on the Trojan side, or on their own. Of dangers undertaken, fame achieved. They talked by turns, the talk by turns relieved. What things but these could fierce Achilles tell? Or what could fierce Achilles hear so well? The last great act performed, of Cygnus slain, did most the martial audience entertain. Wondering to find a body freed by fate from steel, and which could even that steel rebate. Amazed, their admiration they renew, and scarce Pelides could believe it true. The story of Ceneus. Then Nestor thus, what once this age has known, in fated Cygnus, and in him alone, these eyes have seen in Ceneus long before, whose body not 1,000 swords could bore. Ceneus, in courage, and in strength, excelled. And still his authries with his fame is filled. But what did most his martial deeds adorn? Though since he charmed his sex, a woman born. A novelty so strange, and full of fate. His listening audience asked him to relate. Achilles thus commends their common suit. O father, first for prudence in repute. Tell, with that eloquence, so much thy own. What thou hast heard, or what of Ceneus known. What was he, whence his change of sex begun? What trophies, joined in wars with thee, he won? Who conquered him, and in what fatal strife? The youth, without a wound, could lose his life. Neleids then, though tardy age, and time, have shrunk my sinews, and decayed my prime. Though much I have forgotten of my store, yet not exhausted, I remember more. Of all that arms achieved, or peace designed, that action still is fresher in my mind than aught beside. If reverend age can give to faith a sanction, in my third I live. 'Twas in my second century, I surveyed young Canes, then a fair Thessalian maid. Canes the bright, was born to high command. A princess, and a native of thy land. Divine Achilles, every tongue proclaimed her beauty, and her eyes all hearts inflamed. Peleus, thy sire, perhaps had sought her bed among the rest, but he had either led thy mother then, or was by promise tied. But she to him, and all, alike her love denied. It was her fortune once to take her way along the sandy margin of the sea. The power of ocean viewed her as she passed, and, loved as soon as seen, by force embracked. So fame reports. Her virgin treasure seized. And his new joys, the ravisher so pleased, that thus, transported, to the nymph he cried, Ask what thou wilt, no prayer shall be denied. This also fame relates, the haughty fair, who not the rape even of a god could bear. This answer, proud, returned, to mighty wrongs. A mighty recompense, of right, belongs. Give me no more to suffer such a shame. But change the woman, for a better name. One gift for all, she said, and while she spoke, a stern, majestic, manly tone she took. A man she was, and as the Godhead swore, to Ceneus turned, who Canes was before. To this the lover adds, without request. No force of steel showed violate his breast. Glad of the gift, the new-made warrior goes, and arms among the Greeks, and longs for equal foes. The skirmish between the Centaurs and Lapithites. Now brave Perithous, bold Ixion's son, the love of fair Hippodame had won. The cloud-begotten race, half men, half beast. Invited, came to grace the nuptial feast. In a cool cave's recess the treat was made. Whose entrance, trees with spreading boughs o'ershade. They sate, and summoned by the bridegroom, came. To mix with those, the Lapithian name. Nor wanted I, the roofs with joy resound. And Hymen, Hymen, rung around. Riced altars shone with holy fires, the bride. Lovely herself, and lovely by her side. A bevy of bright nymphs, with sober grace. Came glittering like a star, and took her place. Her heavenly form beheld, all wished her joy. And little wanted, but in vain, their wishes all employ. For one, most brutal, of the brutal brood. Or whether wine, or beauty furred his blood. Or both at once, beheld with lustful eyes. The bride, at once resolved to make his prize. Down went the board, and fastening on her hair. He seized with sudden force the fright fair. 'Twas Eurytus began, his bestial kind. His crime pursued. And each as pleased his mind. Or her, whom chance presented, took, the feast. An image of a taken town expressed. The cave resounds with female shrieks. We rise. Mad with revenge to make a swift reprise. And Theseus first, what frenzy has possessed? O Eurytus, he cried, thy brutal breast. To wrong Perithous, and not him alone. But while I live, two friends conjoined in one. To justify his threat, he thrusts aside the crowd of centaurs, and redeems the bride. The monster not replied, for words were vain. And deeds could only deeds unjust maintain. But answers with his hand, and forward pressed. With blows redoubled, on his face, and breast. An ample goblet stood, of antique mold. And rough with figures of the rising gold. The hero snatched it up, and tossed in air. Full at the front of the foul ravisher. He falls, and falling vomits forth a flood. Of wine, and foam, and brains, and mingled blood. Half roaring, and half neighing through the hall. Arms, arms, the double formed with fury call. To wreak their brother's death, a medley flight. Of bowls, and jars, at first supply the fight. Once instruments of feasts, but now of fate. Wine animates their rage, and arms their hate. Bold Amycus, from the robbed vestry brings. The chalices of heaven. And holy things. Of precious weight, a sconce that hung on high. With tapers filled, to light the sacristy. Torn from the cord, with his unhallowed hand. He threw amid the Lapithian band. On Celadon the ruin fell. And left. His face of feature, and of form bereft. So, when some brawny sacrificer knocks. Before an altar led, an offered ox. His eyeballs rooted out, are thrown to ground. His nose, dismantled, in his mouth is found. His jaws, cheeks, front, one undistinguished wound. This, Belates, avenger, could not brook. But, by the foot, a maple board he took. And hurled at Amycus. His chin it bent. Against his chest, and down the centaur sent. Whom sputtering bloody teeth, the second blow. Of his drawn sword, dispatched to shades below. Gryneus was near. And cast a furious look. On the side altar, censed with sacred smoke. And bright with flaming fires, the gods, he cried. Have with their holy trade our hand supplied. Why use we not their gifts? Then from the floor. An altar stone he heaved, with all the load it bore. Altar, and altar's freight together slew. Where thickest thronged the Lapithian crew. And, at once, Brotes and Aureus flew. Aureus' mother, Mycale, was known. Down from her sphere to draw the labyrinth moon. Exadius cried, unpunished shall not go. This fact, if arms are found against the foe. He looked about, whereon a pine were spread the votive horns of a stag's branching head. At Gryneus these he throws, so just they fly, that the sharp antlers stuck in either eye. Breathless, and blind he fell, with blood besmeared. His eyeballs beaten out, hung dangling on his beard. Fierce Rhoetus, from the hearth a burning brand selects, and whirling waves, till, from his hand, the fire took flame. Then dashed it from the right on fair Carax's temples, near the site. The whistling pest came on, and pierced the bone, and caught the yellow hair, that shriveled while it shone. Caught, like dry stubble furred, or like sear wood. Yet from the wound ensued no purple flood, but looked a bubbling mass of frying blood. His blazing locks sent forth a crackling sound, and hissed, like red-hot iron within the smithy drowned. The wounded warrior shook his flaming hair. Then, what a team of horse could hardly rear. He heaves the threshold stone, but could not throw. The weight itself forbade the threatened blow, which dropping from his lifted arms, came down full on Comet's head, and crushed his crown. Nor Rhoetus then retained his joy, but said, "So by their fellows may our foes be sped." Then, with redoubled strokes he plies his head. The burning lever not deludes his pains, but drives the battered skull within the brains. Thus flushed, the conqueror, with force renewed, Evagris, Dryas, Corythus, pursued. First, Corythus, with downy cheeks, he slew, whose fall, when fierce Evagris had in view, he cried, "What palm is from a beardless prey?" Rhoetus prevents what more he had to say, and drove within his mouth the fiery death, which entered hissing in, and choked his breath. At Dryas next he flew, but weary chance no longer wowed the same success advance. For while he whirled in fiery circles round the brand, a sharpened stake strong Dryas found, and in the shoulder's joint inflicts the wound. The weapon stuck, which, roaring out with pain, he drew, nor longer durst the fight maintain, but turned his back, for fear, and fled amain. With him fled Orneus, with like dread possessed, Thaumas, and Medon wounded in the breast, and Mermeros, in the late race renowned, now limping ran, and tardy with his wound. Pholus, and Melaneus from fight withdrew, and Abas maimed, who boars encountering slew, and augur Aspelos, whose art in vain from fight dissuaded the four-footed train. Now beat the hoof with Nessus on the plain, but to his fellow cried, "Be safely slow. Thy death deferred is due to great Alcides' bow." Meantime strong Dryas urged his chance so well, that Lycidas, Areos, Imbrius fell, all, one by one, and fighting face to face. Crinius fled, to fall with more disgrace. For, fearful, while he looked behind, he bore betwixt his nose, and front, the blow before. Amid the noise, and tumult of the fray, snoring, and drunk with wine, Aphidas lay. Even then the bowl within his hand he kept, and on a bear's rough hide securely slept. Him Phorbus with his flying dart transfixed. "Take thy next draught, with Stygian waters mixed, and sleep thy fill," insulting victor cried. Surprised with death unfelt, the centaur wide the ruddy vomit, as he breathed his soul, repassed his throat, and filled his empty bowl. I saw Patrius' arms employed around a well-grown oak, to root it from the ground. This way, and that, he wrenched the fibrous bands. The trunk was like a sapling, in his hands, and still obeyed the bent, while thus he stood. Perithous' dart drove on, and nailed him to the wood. Lycus, and Chromis fell, by him oppressed. Helops, and Dictys added to the rest. A nobler palm, Helops, through either ear, transfixed, received the penetrating spear. This Dictys saw, and, seized with sudden fright, leapt headlong from the hill of steepy height, and crushed an ash beneath, that could not bear his weight. The shattered tree receives his fall, and strikes within his full-blown paunch, the sharpened spikes. Strong Apharius had heaved a mighty stone, the fragment of a rock, and would have thrown. But Theseus, with a club of hardened oak, the cubit bone of the bold centaur broke, and left him maimed, nor seconded the stroke. Then leapt on tall Björn's back, who bore no mortal burden but his own, before. Pressed with his knees his sides, the double man, his speed with spurs increased, unwilling ran. One hand the hero fastened on his locks, his other plied him with repeated strokes. The club rung round his ears, and battered brows. He falls, and lashing up his heels, his rider throws the same Herculean arms, Nedymus wound, and lay by him Lycodas on the ground, and Hippasus, whose beard his breast invades, and Ripheus, haunter of the woodland shades, and Darius, used with mountain bears to strive, and from their dens to draw indignant beasts alive. Demoleon could not bear this hateful sight, or the long fortune of Athenian knight, but pulled with all his force, to disengage from earth a pine, the product of an age. The root stuck fast, the broken trunk he sent at Theseus. Theseus frustrates his intent, and leaps aside, by Pallas warned, the blow to shun, for so he said, and we believed it so. Yet not in vain enormous weight was cast, which Crantor's body sundered at the waist. Thy father's squire, Achilles, and his care, whom conquered in the Polypian war, their king, his present ruin to prevent, a pledge of peace implored, to Peleus sent. Thy sire, with grieving eyes, beheld his fate, and cried, not long, loved Crantor, shalt thou wait thy vowed revenge. At once he said, and threw his ashen spear, which quivered, as it flew, with all his force, and all his soul applied. The sharp point entered in the centaur's side. Both hands, to wrench it out, the monster joined, and wrenched it out, but left the steel behind. Stuck in his lungs it stood, enragged he rears his hoofs, and down to ground thy father bears. Thus trampled under foot, his shield defends his head, his other hand the lance portends. Even while he lay extended on the dust, he sped the centaur, with one single thrust. Two more his lance before transfixed from far, and two, his sword had slain, in closer war. To these was added Dorylas, who spread a bull's two goring horns around his head. With these he pushed, in blood already de-wide, him fearless, I approached, and thus defied. Now, monster, now, by proof it shall appear, whether thy horns are sharper, or my spear. At this, I threw, for want of other ward. He lifted up his hand, his front to guard. His hand it passed, and fixed it to his brow. Loud shouts of ours attend the lucky blow. Him Peleus finished, with a second wound, which through the navel pierced, he reeled around, and dragged his dangling bowels on the ground. Trod what he dragged, and what he trod, he crushed, and to his mother earth, with empty belly, rushed. The story of Silurus and Hylonomy. Nor could thy form, O Silurus, foreflow. Thy fate, if form to monsters men allow. Just bloomed thy beard of golden hue. Thy locks, in golden waves, about thy shoulders flew. Sprightly thy look, thy shapes in every part, so clean, as might instruct the sculptor's art. As far as man extended, where began the beast was equal to the man. Add but a horse's head and neck, and he, O Castor, was a courser worthy thee. So was his back proportioned for the seat. So rose his brawny chest, so swiftly moved his feet. Coal-black his color, but like jet it shone. His legs, and flowing tail were white alone. Beloved by many maidens of his kind. But fair Hylonomy possessed his mind. Hylonomy, for features, and for face. Excelling all the nymphs of double race. Nor less her blandishments, than beauty, move. At once both loving, and confessing love. For him she dressed, for him, with female care. She combed, and set in curls, her auburn hair. Of roses, violets, and lilies mixed. And sprigs of flowing rosemary betwixt. She formed the chaplet, that adorned her front. In waters of the Pegasean fount. And in the streams that from the fountain play. She washed her face. And bathed her twice a day. The scarf of furs, that hung below her side. Was ermine, or the panther's spotted pride. Spoils of no common beast, with equal flame. They loved, their sylvan pleasures were the same. All day they hunted, and when day expired. Together to some shady cave returned. Invited to the nuptials, both repair. And, side by side, they both engage in war. Uncertain from what hand, a flying dart. At Silurus was sent, which pierced his heart. The javelin drawn from out the mortal wound. He faints with staggering steps. And seeks the ground. The fair within her arms received his fall. And strove his wandering spirits to recall. And while her hand the streaming blood opposed. Joined face to face, his lips with hers she clasped. Stifled with kisses, a sweet death he dies. She fills the fields with undistinguished cries. At least her words were in her clamor drowned. For my stunned ears received no vocal sound. In madness of her grief, she seized the dart. New drawn, and reeking from her lover's heart. To her bare bosom the sharp point applied. And wounded fell, and falling by his side. Embraced him in her arms, and thus embracing wide. Even still methinks, I see Phaeacombs. Strange was his habit, and as odd his dress. 6 lions' hides, with thongs together fast. His upper part defended to his waist. And where man ended, the continued vest. Spread on his back, the house and trappings of a beast. A stump too heavy for a team to draw. It seems a fable, though, the fact I saw. He threw at Folon, the descending blow. Divides the skull, and cleaves his head in two. The brains, from nose, and mouth, and either ear. Came issuing out, as through a colander. The curdled milk, or from the press the whey. Drive end down by weight above, is drained away. But him, while stooping down to spoil the slain. Pierced through the paunch, I tumbled on the plain. Then Thonius, and Telebous I slew. A fork the former armed, a dart his fellow threw. The javelin wounded me, behold the scar. Then was my time to seek the Trojan war. Then I was Hector's match in open field. But he was then unborn, at least a child. Now, I am nothing. I forbear to tell. By Periphantas how Pyretus fell. The centaur by the night, nor will I stay. On Amphix, or what deaths he dealt that day. What honor, with a pointless lance, he won. Stuck in the front of a 4-footed man. What fame young Maker obtained in fight. Or dwell on Nessus, now returned from flight. How prophet Mopsus not alone divined. Whose valor equaled his foreseeing mind. Senus transformed to an eagle. Already Senus, with his conquering hand. Had slaughtered 5 the boldest of their band. Perachmus, Helymus, Antimachus. Bromus the brave, and stronger Stipholus. Their names I numbered, and remember well. No trace remaining, by what wounds they fell. Latreus, the bulkiest of the double race. Whom the spoiled arms of slain Halesus grace. In years retaining still his youthful might. though his black hairs were interspersed with white. Betwixt embattled ranks began to prance, proud of his helm, and Macedonian lance. And rode the ring around, that either host might hear him, while he made this empty boast. And from a strumpet shall we suffer shame? For Canes still, not Senus, is thy name. And still the native softness of thy kind prevails, and leaves the woman in thy mind. Remember what thou wert, what price was paid to change thy sex, to make thee not a maid, and but a man in shoe. Go, card and spin, and leave the business of the war to men. While thus the boaster exercised his pride, the fatal spear of Senus reached his side. Just in the mixture of the kinds it ran, betwixt the nether beast, and upper man. The monster mad with rage, and stung with smart, his lance directed at the hero's heart. It struck, but bounded from his hardened breast, like hail from tiles, which the safe house invest. Nor seemed the stroke with more effect to come than a small pebble falling on a drum. He next his falchion tried, in closer fight. But the keen falchion had no power to bite. He thrust. The blunted point returned again. Since downright blows, he cried, and thrusts are vain, I'll prove his side, in strong embraces held. He proved his side. His side the sword repelled. His hollow belly echoed to the stroke. Untouched his body, as a solid rock. Aimed at his neck at last, the blade in shivers broke. Impassive knight stood idle, to deride his rage, and offered oft his naked side. At length, now monster, in thy turn, he cried. Try thou the strength of Senus. At the word he thrust, and in his shoulder plumbed the sword. Then writhed his hand, and as he drove it down, deep in his breast, made many wounds in one. The centaurs saw, enragged, unhopped success, and rushing on in crowds, together press. At him, and him alone, their darts they threw. Repulsed they from his fated body flew. Amazed they stood, till Monachus began. O shame, a nation conquered by a man. A woman man. Yet more a man is he than all our race. And what he was, are we. Now, what avail our nerves? United force of two the strongest creatures, man and horse. Nor goddess born, nor of Ixion seed. We seem, a lover built for Juno's bed. Mastered by this half-man. Whole mountains throw with woods at once, and bury him below. This only way remains. Nor need we doubt. To choke the soul within, though not to force it out. Heap weights, instead of wounds. He chanked to see where southern storms had rooted up a tree. This, rised from earth, against the foe he threw. Example shown, his fellow brutes pursue. With forest loads the warrior they invade. Othries, and Pelion soon were void of shade. And spreading groves were naked mountains made. Pressed with the burden, Senus pants for breath. And on his shoulders bears the wooden death. To heave intolerable weight he tries. At length it rose above his mouth and eyes. Yet still he heaves, and, struggling with despair, shakes all aside, and gains a gulp of air. A short relief, which but prolongs his pain. He faints by fits. And then respires again. At last, the burden only nods above. As when an earthquake stirs Idaean grove. Doubtful his death, he suffocated seemed. To most. But otherwise our Mopsus deemed. Who said he saw a yellow bird arise from out the piles, and cleave the liquid skies. I saw it too, with golden feathers bright. Nor e'er before beheld so strange a sight. Whom Mopsus viewing, as it soared around our troop, and heard the pinions rattling sound. All hail, he cried, thy country's grace and love. Once first of men below, now first of birds above. Its author to the story gave belief. For us, our courage was increased by grief. Ashamed to see a single man, pursued. With odds, to sink beneath a multitude. We pushed the foe, and forked to shameful flight. Part fell. And part escaped by favor of the night. The fate of Periclymenos. This tale, by Nestor told, did much displease Lipolemus, the seed of Hercules. For, often he had heard his father say, that he himself was present at the fray. And more than shared the glories of the day. Old Chronicle, he said, among the rest. You might have named Alcides at the least. Is he not worth your praise? The Pylian prince. Sight ere he spoke, then made this proud defense. My former woes in long oblivion drowned. I wowed have lost, but you renew the wound. Better to pass him o'er, than to relate. The cause I have your mighty sire to hate. His fame has filled the world, and reached the sky. Which, oh, I wish, with truth, I could deny. We praise not Hector, though his name, we know, is great in arms, 'tis hard to praise a foe. He, your great father, levelled to the ground. Messenia's Toares, nor better fortune found. Elis, and Pylus, that a neighboring state. And this my own, both guiltless of their fate. To pass the rest, 12, wanting one, he slew. My brethren, who their birth from Neleus drew. All youths of early promise, had they lived. By him they perished, I alone survived. The rest were easy conquest, but the fate of Periclymenos is wondrous to relate. To him, our common grandsire of the main, had given to change his form, and changed, resume again. Varied at pleasure, every shape he tried. And in all beasts, Alcides still defied. Vanquished on earth, at length he soared above. Changed to the bird, that bears the bolt of Jove. The new dissembled eagle, now endued. With beak, and pounces, Hercules pursued. And cuffed his manly cheeks, and tore his face. Then, safe returned, and toured in empty space. Alcides bore not long his flying foe. But bending his inevitable bow, reached him in air, suspended as he stood. And in his pinion fixed the feathered wood. Light was the wound, but in the sinew hung the point, and his disabled wing unstrung. He wheeled in air, and stretched his vans in vain. His vans no longer could his flight sustain. For while one gathered wind, one unsupplied, hung drooping down, nor poised his other side. He fell, the shaft that slightly was impressed, now from his heavy fall with weight increased, drove through his neck, aslant, he spurns the ground. And the soul issues through the weazen's wound. Now, brave commander of the Rhodian seas, what praise is due from me, to Hercules? Silence is all the vengeance I decree. For my slain brothers, but 'tis peace with thee. Thus with a flowing tongue old Nestor spoke. Then, to full bowls each other they provoke. At length, with weariness, and wine oppressed, they rise from table, and withdraw to rest. The death of Achilles, the sire of Cygnus, monarch of the main. Meantime, laments his son, in battle slain. And vows the victor's death, nor vows in vain. For 9 long years the smothered pain he bore. Achilles was not ripe for fate before. Then when he saw the promised hour was near, he thus bespoke the god, that guides the year. Immortal offspring of my brother Jove, my brightest nephew, and whom best I love, whose hands were joined with mine, to raise the wall of tottering Troy, now nodding to her fall. Dost thou not mourn our power employed in vain, and the defenders of our city slain? To pass the rest, could noble Hector lie unpitied, dragged around his native Troy? And yet the murderer lives, himself by far A greater plague, than all the wasteful war. He lives. The proud Pelides lives, to boast. Our town destroyed, our common labor lost. Oh, could I meet him? But I wish too late. To prove my trident is not in his fate. But let him try, for that's allowed, thy dart. And pierce his only penetrable part. Apollo bows to the superior throne. And to his uncle's anger, adds his own. Then in a cloud involved, he takes his flight. Where Greeks and Trojans mixed in mortal fight. And found out Paris, lurking where he stood. And stained his arrows with plebeian blood. Phoebus to him alone the god confessed. Then to the recreant knight, he thus addressed. Dost thou not blush, to spend thy shafts in vain? On a degenerate, and ignoble train? If fame, or better vengeance be thy care. Their aim, and, with one arrow, end the war. He said. And shewed from far the blazing shield. And sword, which, but Achilles, none could wield. And how he moved a god, and mowed the standing field. The deity himself directs aright. Envenomed shaft, and wings the fatal flight. Thus fell the foremost of the Grecian name. And he, the base adulterer, boasts the fame. A spectacle to glad the Trojan train. And please old Priam, after Hector slain. If by a female hand he had foreseen. He was to die, his wish had rather been. The lance, and double axe of the fair warrior queen. And now the terror of the Trojan field. The Grecian honor, ornament, and shield. High on a pile, unconquered chief is plaqued. The god that armed him first, consummed at last. Of all the mighty man, the small remains. A little urn, and scarcely filled, contains. Yet great in Homer, still Achilles lives. And equal to himself survives. His buckler owns its former lord. And brings new cause of strife, betwixt contending kings. Who worthiest after him, his sword to wield? Or wear his armor, or sustain his shield? Even Diomed sat mute, with downcast eyes. Conscious of wanted worth to win the prize. Nor Menelaus presumed these arms to claim. Nor he the king of men, a greater name. Two rivals only rose, Laertes' son. And the vast bulk of Ajax Telamon. The king, who cherished each with equal love. And from himself all envy vowed remove. Left both to be determined by the laws. And to the Grecian chiefs transferred the cause. The end of the 12th book. Book the 13th. Ajax, Ulysses, and the arms of Achilles, the fall of Troy, Hecuba, Polyxena, and Polydorus, Memnon, the pilgrimage of Aeneas, Assus and Galatea, Scylla and Glaucus. The speeches of Ajax and Ulysses. The chiefs were set. The soldiers crowned the field. To these the master of the sevenfold shield. Upstart fierce, and kindled with disdain. Eager to speak, unable to contain. His boiling rage, he rolled his eyes around. The shore, and Grecian galleys hauled aground. Then stretching out his hands, O Jove, he cried. Must then our cause before the fleet be tried? And dares Ulysses for the prize contend? In sight of what he durst not once defend? But basely fled that memorable day. When I from Hector's hands redeemed the flaming prey. So much, 'tis safer at the noisy bar. With words to flourish, than engage in war. By different methods we maintain our right. Nor am I made to talk, nor he to fight. In bloody fields I labor to be great. His arms are a smooth tongue, and soft deceit. Nor need I speak my deeds, for those you see. The sun, and day are witnesses for me. Let him who fights unseen, relate his own. And vouch the silent stars, and conscious moon. Great is the prize demanded, I confess. But such an abject rival makes it less. That gift, those honors, he but hopped to gain. Can leave no room for Ajax to be vain. Losing he wins, because his name will be ennobled by defeat, who durst contend with me. Were my known valor questioned, yet my blood without that plea wow'd make my title good. My sire was Telamon, whose arms, employed with Hercules, these Trojan walls destroyed. And who before with Jason sent from Greece in the first ship brought home the golden fleece. Great Telamon from Aeacus derives his birth, inquisitor of guilty lives. In shades below, where Sisyphus, whose son this thief is thought, rowls up the restless heavy stone. Just Aeacus, the king of gods above, begot, thus Ajax is the third from Jove. Nor showed I seek advantage from my line, unless, Achilles, it was mixed with thine. As next of kin, Achilles' arms I claim. This fellow wow'd engraft a foreign name upon our stock, and the Sisyphean seed by fraud and theft asserts his father's breed. Then must I lose these arms, because I came to fight uncalled, a voluntary name. Nor shunned the cause, but offered you my aid, while he long lurking was to war betrayed. Forked to the field he came, but in the rear, and feigned distraction to conceal his fear, till one more cunning caught him in the snare, ill for himself, and dragged him into war. Now let a hero's arms a coward vest, and he who shunned all honors, gain the best. And let me stand excluded from my right, robbed of my kinsman's arms, who first appeared in fight. Better for us, at home had he remained, had it been true the madness which he feigned, or so believed. The less had been our shame, the less his counselled crime, which brands the Grecian name. Nor Philoctetes had been left inclosed in a bare isle, to wants and pains exposed, where to the rocks, with solitary groans, his sufferings, and our baseness he bemoans, and wishes, so may Heaven his wish fulfill, the due reward to him who cowsed his ill. Now he, with us to Troy's destruction sworn, our brother of the war, by whom are born Alcides arrows, pent in narrow bounds, with cold and hunger pinched, and pained with wounds, to find him food and clothing, must employ against the birds the shafts due to the fate of Troy. Yet still he lives, and lives from treason free, because he left Ulysses company. Poor Palamede might wish, so void of aid, rather to have been left, than so to death betrayed. The coward bore the man immortal spite, who shammed him out of madness into fight, nor daring otherwise to vent his hate, accused him first of treason to the state, and then for proof product the golden store himself had hidden in his tent before. Thus of two champions he deprived our host, by exile one, and one by treason lost. Thus fights Ulysses, thus his fame extends. A formidable man, but to his friends great, for what greatness is in words, and sound. Even faithful Nestor less in both is found. But that he might without a rival reign, he left this faithful Nestor on the plain. Forsook his friend Even at his utmost need, who teared, and tardy with his wounded steed, cried out for aid, and called him by his name. But cowardice has neither ears nor shame. Thus fled the good old man, bereft of aid, and, for as much as lay in him, betrayed. That this is not a fable forged by me, like one of his, an Ulyssean lie, I vouch Even Diomed, who though his friend, cannot that act excuse, much less defend. He called him back aloud, and taxed his fear. And sure enough he heard, but durst not hear. The gods with equal eyes on mortal look. He justly was forsaken, who forsook. Wanted that succor, he refused to lend. Found every fellow such another friend. No wonder, if he roared that all might hear. His elocution was increased by fear. I heard, I ran, I found him out of breath. Pale, trembling, and half dead with fear of death. Though he had judged himself by his own laws, and stood condemned, I helped the common cause. With my broad buckler hid him from the foe. Even the shield trembled as he lay below. And from impending fate the coward freed. Good Heaven forgive me for so bad a deed. If still he will persist, and urge the strife. First let him give me back his forfeit life. Let him return to that opprobrious field. Again creep under my protecting shield. Let him lie wounded, let the foe be near. And let his quivering heart confess his fear. There put him in the very jaws of fate. And let him plead his cause in that estate. And yet when snatched from death, when from below, my lifted shield I loosed, and let him go. Good Heaven, how light he rose, with what a bound. He sprung from earth, forgetful of his wound. How fresh, how eager then his feet to ply. Who had not strength to stand, had speed to fly. Hector came on, and brought the gods along. Fear seized alike the feeble, and the strong. Each Greek was in Ulysses. Such a dread. Approach, and even the sound of Hector bred. Him, fleshed with slaughter, and with conquest crowned. I met, and overturned him to the ground. When after, matchless as he deemed in might, he challenged all our host to single fight. All eyes were fixed on me, the lots were thrown. But for your champion I was wished alone. Your vows were heard, we fought, and neither yield. Yet I returned unvanquished from the field. With Jove to friend, insulting Trojan came. And menaced us with force, our fleet with flame. Was it the strength of this tongue valiant lord, in that black hour, that saved you from the sword? Or was my breast exposed alone, to brave 1,000 swords, 1,000 ships to save the hopes of your return? And can you yield for a saved fleet, less than a single shield? Think it no boast, O Grecians, if I deem these arms want Ajax, more than Ajax them. Or, I with them an equal honor share. They honor to be worn, and I to wear. Will he compare my courage with his sleight? As well he may compare the day with night. Night is indeed the province of his reign. Yet all his dark exploits no more contain than a spy taken, and a sleeper slain. A priest made Prina, Pallas made a prey. But none of all these actions done by day. Nor aught of these was done, and Diomed away. If on such petty merits you confer so vast a prize, let each his portion share. Make a just dividend. And if not all, the greater part to Diomed will fall. But why for Ithacus such arms as those? Who naked, and by night invades his foes? The glittering helm by moonlight will proclaim the latent robber, and prevent his game. Nor could he hold his tottering head upright beneath that morion, or sustain the weight. Nor that right arm could toss the beamy lance, much less the left that ampler shield advance. Ponderous with precious weight, and rough with cost of the round world in rising gold embossed. That orb would ill become his hand to wield. And look as for the gold he stole the shield, which, showed your error on the wretch bestow. It would not frighten, but allure the foe. Why asks he, what avails him not in fight? And wowed but cumber, and retard his flight, in which his only excellence is placked. You give him death, that intercept his haste. Add, that his own is yet a maiden shield. Nor the least dint has suffered in the field. Guiltless of fight, mind battered, hewed, and bored. Worn out of service, must forsake his lord. What farther need of words are right to scan? My arguments are deeds, let action speak the man. Since from a champion's arms the strife arose, go cast the glorious prize amid the foes. Then send us to redeem both arms, and shield. And let him wear, who wins, in the field. He said, a murmur from a multitude. Or somewhat like a stifled shout, ensued. Till from his seat arose Laertes' son. Looked down a while, and paused, ere he begun. Then, to expecting audience, rised his look. And not without prepared attention spoke. Soft was his tone, and sober was his face. Action his words, and words his action grace. If he then, my lords, had heard our common prayer, these arms had caused no quarrel for an heir. Still great Achilles had his own possessed. And we with great Achilles had been blessed. But since hard fate, and heaven's severe decree, have ravished him away from you, and me. At this he sighed, and whipped his eyes, and drew, or seemed to draw, some drops of kindly dew. Who better can succeed Achilles lost than he who gave Achilles to your host? This only I request, that neither he may gain, by being what he seems to be, a stupid thing, nor I may lose the prize, by having sense, which he then to him denies. Since great or small, the talent I enjoyed was ever in the common cause employed. Nor let my wit, and wanted eloquence, which often has been used in your defense, and in my own, this only time be brought to bear against myself, and deemed a fault. Make not a crime, where nature made it none. For every man may freely use his own. The deeds of long-descended ancestors are but by grace of imputation ours. There's an effect, but since he draws his line from Jove, and seems to plead a right divine, from Jove, like him, I claim my pedigree, and am descended in the same degree. My sire Laertes was Arcesius' heir. Arcesius was the son of Jupiter. No parricide, no banished man, is known. In all my line, let him excuse his own. Hermes ennobles to my mother's side, by both my parents to the gods allied. But not because that on the female part my blood is better, dare I claim desert, or that my sire from parricide is free. But judge by merit betwixt him and me. The prize be to the best, provided yet that Ajax for a while his kin forget, and his great sire, and greater uncle's name, to fortify by them his feeble claim. Be kindred and relation laid aside, and honor's cause by laws of honor tried. For if he plead proximity of blood, that empty title is with ease withstood. Peleus, the hero's sire, more nigh than he, and Pyrrha, his undoubted progeny, inherit first these trophies of the field. To Cyrus, or to Thia, send the shield. And Teucer has an uncle's right. Yet he waives his pretensions, nor contends with me. Then since the cause on pure desert is placked, whence shall I take my rise, what reckon last? I not presume on every act to dwell, but take these few, in order as they fell. Thetis, who knew the fates, applied her care to keep Achilles in disguise from war. And till the threatening influence was past, a woman's habit on the hero cast. All eyes were cozened by the borrowed vest. And Ajax, never wiser than the rest, found no Pelides there. At length I came with proffered wares to this pretended dame. She, not discovered by her mien, or voice, betrayed her manhood by her manly choice. And while on female toys her fellows look, grasped in her warlike hand, a javelin shook. Whom, by this act revealed, I thus bespoke. O goddess born! Resist not heaven's decree. The fall of Ilium is reserved for thee. Then seized him, and product in open light, sent blushing to the field the fatal night. Mine then are all his actions of the war. Great Telephus was conquered by my spear, and after Curd, to me the Thebans owe. Lesbos, and Tenedos, their overthrow. Syros and Scylla, not on all to dwell. By me Lyrnesus, and strong Chrysa fell. And since I sent the man who Hector slew, to me the noble Hector's death is due. Those arms I put into his living hand. Those arms, Pelides dead, I now demand. When Greece was injured in the Spartan prince, and met at Aulis to avenge th offense, 'twas a dead calm, or adverse blasts, that reigned. And in the port the wind-bound fleet detained. Bad signs were seen, and oracles severe were daily thundered in our general's ear, that by his daughter's blood we must appease Diana's kindled wrath, and free the seas. Affection, interest, fame, his heart assailed. But soon the father o'er the king prevailed. Bold, on himself he took the pious crime. As angry with the gods, as they with him. No subject could sustain their sovereign's look. Till this hard enterprise I undertook. I only durst th imperial power control, and undermine the parent in his soul. Forked him exert the king for common good, and pay our ransom with his daughter's blood. Never was cause more difficult to plead, than where the judge against himself decreed. Yet this I won by dint of argument. The wrongs his injured brother underwent, and his own office, shammed him to consent. 'Tis harder yet to move the mother's mind, and to this heavy task was I designed. Reasons against her love I knew were vain. I circumvented whom I could not gain. Had Ajax been employed, our slackened sails had still at Aulis waited happy gales. Arrived at Troy, your choice was fixed on me. A fearless envoy, fit for a bold embassy. Secure, I entered through the hostile court, glittering with steel, and crowded with resort. There, in the midst of arms, I plead our cause. Urged the foul rape, and violated laws. Accuse the foes, as authors of the strife. Reproach the ravisher, demand the wife. Priam, Antenor, and the wiser few. I am Ovid, but Paris, and his lawless crew, scarce held their hands, and lifted swords, but stood in act to quench their impious thirst of blood. This Menelaus knows, exposed to share with me the rough preludium of the war. Endless it were to tell, what I have done, in arms, or council, since the siege begun. The first encounters past, the foe repelled. They skulked within the town, we kept the field. War seemed asleep for 9 long years. At length, both sides resolved to push, we tried our strength. Now what did Ajax, while our arms took breath? Varied only in the gross mechanic trade of death. If you require my deeds, with ambushed arms, I trapped the foe, or tiered with false alarms. Secured the ships, drew lines along the plain. The fainting cheered, chastised the rebel train. Provided forage, our spent arms renewed. Employed at home, or sent abroad, the common cause pursued. The king, deluded in a dream by Jove, despaired to take the town, and ordered to remove. What subject durst arraign the power supreme, producing Jove to justify his dream? Ajax might wish the soldiers to retain from shameful flight, but wishes were in vain, as wanting of effect had been his words, such as of course his thundering tongue affords. But did this boaster threaten, did he pray, or by his own example urge their stay? None of these, but ran himself away. I saw him run, and was ashamed to see who plied his feet so fast to get aboard, as he. Then speeding through the place, I made a stand, and loudly cried, O base degenerate band, to leave a town already in your hand, after so long expense of blood, for fame, to bring home nothing, but perpetual shame. These words, or what I have forgotten since, for grief inspurred me then with eloquence, reduct their minds. They leave the crowded port, and to their late-forsaken camp resort. Dismayed the council met, this man was there, but mute, and not recovered of his fear. Thersites taxed the king, and loudly railed, but his wide-opening mouth with blows I sealed. Then, rising, I excite their souls to fame, and kindle sleeping virtue into flame. From thence, whatever he performed in fight, is justly mine, who drew him back from flight. Which of the Grecian chiefs consorts with thee? But Diomed desires my company, and still communicates his praise with me. As guided by a god, secure he goes, armed with my fellowship, amid the foes. And sure no little merit I may boast, whom such a man selects from such an host. Unforked by lots I went without affright, to dare with him the dangers of the night. On the same errand sent, we met the spy of Hector, double-tongued, and us to lie. Him I dispatched, but not till undermined. I drew him first to tell, what treacherous Troy designed. My task performed, with praise I had returned. But not content with this, to greater praise aspired. Invaded Rhesus, and his Thracian crew. And him, and his, in their own strength I slew. Returned a victor, all my vows complete. With the king's chariot, in his royal seat. Refuse me now his arms, whose fiery steeds were promised to the spy for his nocturnal deeds. Yet let dull Ajax bear away my right, when all his days outbalanced this one night. Nor fought I darkling still, the sun beheld, with slaughtered Lycians when I strewed the field. You saw, and counted as I passed along, Alastor, Chromius, Serranos the strong, Alcander, Prytanes, and Halius, Nomon, Charopes, and Enemus, Coon, Chersidamas, and 5 beside. Men of obscure descent, but courage tried. All these this hand laid breathless on the ground. Nor won I proofs of many a manly wound. All honest, all before, believe not me. Words may deceive, but credit what you see. At this he bared his breast, and showed his scars, as of a furrowed field, well ploughed with wars. Nor is this part unexorcised, said he. That giant bulk of his from wounds is free. Safe in his shield he fears no foe to try, and better manages his blood, than I. But this avails me not. Our boaster strove, not with our foes alone, but partial Jove, to save the fleet. This I confess is true. Nor will I take from any man his due. But thus assuming all, he robs from you. Some part of honor to your share will fall. He did the best indeed, but did not all. Patroclus in Achilles' arms, and thought the chief he seemed, with equal ardor fought. Preserved the fleet, repelled the raging fire, and forked the fearful Trojans to retire. But Ajax boasts, that he was only thought a match for Hector, who the combat sought. Sure he forgets the king, the chiefs, and me. All were as eager for the fight, as he. He but the 9th, and not by public voice, or ours preferred, was only fortune's choice. They fought. Nor can our hero boast th event, for Hector from the field unwounded went. Why am I forked to name that fatal day, that snatched the prop and pride of Greece away? I saw Pelides sink, with pious grief, and ran in vain, alas, to his relief. For the brave soul was fled, full of my friend. I rushed amid the war, his relics to defend. Nor ceased my toil, till I redeemed the prey, and, loaded with Achilles, marched away. Those arms, which on these shoulders then I bore, 'tis just you to these shoulders should restore. You see I want not nerves, who could sustain the ponderous ruins of so great a man. Or if in others equal force you find, none is endued with a more grateful mind. Did Thetis then, ambitious in her care, These arms thus labored for her son prepare. That Ajax after him the heathen gift showed where. For that dull soul to stare with stupid eyes on the learned unintelligible prize. What are to him the sculptures of the shield? Heaven's planets, earth, and ocean's watery field. The Pleiads, Hyads, less, and greater bear. Undipped in seas, Orion's angry star. Two differing cities, graved on either hand. Would he wear arms he cannot understand? Beside, what wise objections he prepares against my late accession to the wars. Does not the fool perceive his argument is with more force against Achilles bent? For if dissembling be so great a crime, the fault is common, and the same in him. And if he taxes both of long delay, my guilt is less, who sooner came away. His pious mother, anxious for his life, detained her son, and me, my pious wife. To them the blossoms of our youth were due. Our riper manhood we reserved for you. But grant me guilty, 'tis not much my care, when with so great a man my guilt I share. My wit to war the matchless hero brought, but by this fool I never had been caught. Nor need I wonder, that on me he threw such foul aspersions, when he spares not you. If Palamede unjustly fell by me, your honor suffered in unjust decree. I but accused, you doomed, and yet he d-wide, convinced of treason, and was fairly tried. You heard not he was false. Your eyes beheld the traitor manifest, the bribe revealed. That Philoctetes is on Lemnos left, wounded, forlorn, of human aid bereft. Is not my crime, or not my crime alone? Defend your justice, for the fact's your own. 'Tis true, advice was mine, that staying there, he might his weary limbs with rest repair. From a long voyage free, and from a longer war, he took the counsel, and he lives at least. Event declares I counseled for the best. Though faith is all in ministers of state. For who can promise to be fortunate? Now since his arrows are the fate of Troy. Do not my wit, or weak address, employ. Send Ajax there, with his persuasive sense, to mollify the man, and draw him thence. But Xanthus shall run backward, Ida stand a leafless mountain, and the Grecian band shall fight for Troy. If, when my counsels fail, the wit of heavy Ajax can prevail, hard Philoctetes, exercise thy spleen against thy fellows, and the king of men. Curse my devoted head, above the rest, and wish in arms to meet me breast to breast. Yet I the dangrouse task will undertake, and either die myself, or bring thee back. Nor doubt the same success, as when before the Phrygian prophet to these tents I bore, surprised by night, and forked him to declare in what was placked the fortune of the war. Heaven's dark decrees, and answers to display, and how to take the town, and where the secret lay. Yet this I compassed, and from Troy conveyed the fatal image of their guardian maid. That work was mine, for Pallas, though our friend, yet while she was in Troy, did Troy defend. Now what has Ajax done, or what designed? A noisy nothing, and an empty wind. If he be what he promises in show, why was I sent, and why feared he to go? Our boasting champion thought the task not light, to pass the guards, commit himself to night. Not only through a hostile town to pass, but scale, with steep ascent, the sacred place. With wandering steps to search the citadel, and from the priests their patroness to steal. Then through surrounding foes to force my way, and bear in triumph home the heavenly prey. Which had I not, Ajax in vain had held. Before that monstrous bulk, his sevenfold shield. That night to conquer Troy I might be said, when Troy was liable to conquest made. Why point'st thou to my partner of the war? Tydides had indeed a worthy share in all my toil, and praise, but when thy might our ships protected, didst thou singly fight? All joined, and thou of many wert but one. I asked no friend, nor had, but him alone. Who, had he not been well assured, that art and conduct were of war the better part, and more availed than strength, my valiant friend? Had you argued a better right than Ajax can pretend? As good at least Eurypylus may claim, and the more moderate Ajax of the name. The Cretan king, and his brave charioteer, and Menelaus bold with sword, and spear. All these have been my rivals in the shield, and yet all these to my pretensions yield. Thy boisterous hands are then of use, when I with this directing head those hands apply. Brawn without brain is thine, my prudent care foresees, provides, administers the war. Thy province is to fight. But when shall be the time to fight, the king consults with me. No dram of judgment with thy force is joined. Thy body is of profit, and my mind. By how much more the ship her safety owes to him who steers, than him that only rows. By how much more the captain merits praise than he who fights, and fighting but obeys. By so much greater is my worth than thine, who canst but execute what I design. What gainst thou, brutal man, if I confess thy strength superior, when thy wit is less? Mind is the man, I claim my whole desert from the mind's vigor, and immortal part. But you, O Grecian chiefs, reward my care. Be grateful to your watchmen of the war for all my labors in so long a space. Sure I may plead a title to your grace. Enter the town, I then unbarred the gates, when I removed their tutelary fates. By all our common hopes, if hopes they be, which I have now reduced to certainty. By falling Troy, by yonder tottering Taurus, and by their taken gods, which now are ours. Or if there yet a farther task remains, to be performed by prudence, or by pains. If yet some desperate action rests behind, that asks high conduct, and a dauntless mind. If aught be wanting to the Trojan doom, which none but I can manage, and o'ercome. Award, those arms I ask, by your decree. Or give to this, what you refuse to me. He ceased, and ceasing with respect he bowed. And with his hand at once the fatal statue showed. Heaven, air and ocean rung, with loud applause. And by the general vote he gained his cause. Thus conduct won the prize, when courage failed, and eloquence o'er brutal force prevailed. The death of Ajax. He who could often, and alone, withstand the foe, the fire, and Jove's own partial hand. Now cannot his unmastered grief sustain, but yields to rage, to madness, and disdain. Then snatching out his falchion, thou, said he, art mine, Ulysses lays no claim to thee. O often tried, and ever trusty sword, now do thy last kind office to thy lord. 'Tis Ajax who requests thy aid, to show none but himself could overthrow. He said, and with so good a will to die, did to his breast the fatal point apply. It found his heart, a way, till then unknown, where never weapon entered, but his own. No hands could force it thence, so fixed it stood, till out it rushed, expelled by streams of spouting blood. The fruitful blood product a flower, which grew on a green stem, and of a purple hue, like his, whom unaware Apollo slew. Inscribed in both, the letters are the same, but those express the grief, and these the name. The story of Polyxena and the victor with full sails for Lemnos stood, once stained by matrons with their husbands' Hecuba blood. Thence great Alcides fatal shafts to bear, assigned to Philoctetes' secret care. These with their guardian to the Greeks conveyed. Their 10 years' toil with wished success repaid. With Troy old Priam falls, his queen survives. Till all her woes complete, transformed she grieves. In borrowed sounds, nor with an human face. Barking tremendous o'er the plains of Thrace. Still Ilium's flames their pointed columns raise. And the red Hellespont reflects the blaze. Shed on Jove's altar are the poor remains of blood, which trickled from old Priam's veins. Cassandra lifts her hands to heave in vain. Dragged by her sacred hair. The trembling train of matrons to their burning temples fly. There to their gods for kind protection cry. And to their statues cling, till forked away. The victor Greeks bear off invidious prey. From those high towers Astyanax is thrown. Whence he was wont with pleasure to look down. When oft his mother with a fond delight pointed to view his father's rage in fight. To win renown, and guard his country's right. The winds now call to sea, brisk northern gales. Sing in the shrouds, and court the spreading sails. Farewell, dear Troy, the captive matrons cry. Yes, we must leave our long-loved native sky. Then prostrate on the shore they kiss the sand. And quit the smoking ruins of the land. Last Hecuba on board, sad sight. Appears. Found weeping o'er her children's sepulchres. Dragged by Ulysses from her slaughtered sons. Whilst yet she grasped their tombs, and kissed their mouldering bones. Yet Hector's ashes from his urn she bore. And in her bosom the sad relic wore. Then scattered on his tomb her hoary hairs. A poor oblation mingled with her tears. Opposed to Ilium lie the Thracian plains. Where Polymestor safe in plenty reigns. King Priam to his care commits his son. Young Polydore, the chance of war to shun. A wise precaution. Had not gold, consigned. For the child's use, debauched the tyrant's mind. When sinking Troy to its last period drew. With impious hands his royal charge he slew. Then in the sea the lifeless corse is thrown. As with the body he the guilt could drown. The Greeks now riding on the Thracian shore. Till kinder gales invite, their vessels more. Here the wide opening earth to sudden view. Disclosed Achilles, great as when he drew. The vital air, but fierce with proud disdain. As when he sought Briseis to regain. When stern debate, and rash injurious strife. Unsheathed his sword, to reach Atride's life. And will ye go? He said. Is then the name of the once great Achilles lost to fame? Yet stay, ungrateful Greeks. Nor let me sue in vain for honors to my manes due. For this just end, Polyxena I doom. With victim rites to grace my slighted tomb. The phantom spoke. The ready Greeks obeyed. And to the tomb led the devoted maid. Snatched from her mother, who with pious care cherished this last relief of her despair. Superior to her sex, the fearless maid approached the altar, and around surveyed the cruel rites, and consecrated knife, which Pyrrhus pointed at her guiltless life. Then as with stern amaze intent he stood. Now strike, she said. Now spill my generous blood. Deep in my breast, or throat, your dagger sheath. Whilst thus I stand prepared to meet my death. For life on terms of slavery I despise. Yet sure no god approves this sacrifice. Oh, could I but conceal this dire event. From my sad mother, I should die content. Yet should she not with tears my death deplore. Since her own wretched life demands them more. But let not the rude touch of man pollute a virgin victim. 'Tis a modest suit. It best will please, whoe'er demands my blood. That I untainted reach the Stygian flood. Yet let one short, last, dying prayer be heard. To Priam's daughter pay this last regard. 'Tis Priam's daughter, not a captive, sues. Do not the rites of sepulture refuse. To my afflicted mother, I implore. Free without ransom my dead corpse restore. Nor barter me for gain, when I am cold. But be her tears the price, if I am sold. Time was she could have ransomed me with gold. Thus as she prayed, one common shower of tears burst forth, and streamed from every eye but hers. Even the priest wept, and with a rude remorse plumbed in her heart the steel's resistless force. Her slackened limbs sunk gently to the ground. Dauntless her looks, unaltered by the wound. And as she fell, she strove with decent pride to hide, what suits a virgin's care to hide. The Trojan matrons the pale corpse receive, and the whole slaughtered race of Priam grieve. Sad they recount the long disastrous tale. Then with fresh tears, thee, royal maid, bewail. Thy widowed mother too, who flourished late. The royal pride of Asia's happier state. A captive lot now to Ulysses born. Whom yet the victor would reject with scorn. Were she not Hector's mother, Hector's fame scarce can a master for his mother claim. With strict embrace the lifeless corse she viewed. And her fresh grief that flood of tears renewed. With which she lately mourned so many dead. Tears for her country, sons, and husband shed. With the thick gushing stream she bathed the wound. Kissed her pale lips. Then weltering on the ground. With wonted rage her frantic bosom tore. Sweeping her hair amidst the clotted gore. Whilst her sad accents thus her loss deplore. Behold a mother's last dear pledge of woe. Yes, 'tis the last I have to suffer now. Thou, my Polyxena, my ills must crown. Already in thy fate, I feel my own. 'Tis thus, lest haply of my numerous seed one should unslaughtered fall, even thou must bleed. And yet I hopped thy sex had been thy guard. But neither has thy tender sex been sparred. The same Achilles, by whose deadly hate thy brothers fell, urged thy untimely fate. The same Achilles, whose destructive rage laid waste my realms, has robbed my childless age. When Paris shafts with Phoebus' certain aid at length had pierced this dreaded chief, I said. Secure of future ills, he can no more. But see, he still pursues me as before. With rage rekindled his dead ashes burn. And his yet murdering ghost my wretched house must mourn. This tyrant's lust of slaughter I have fed. With large supplies from my too fruitful bed. Troy's towers lie waste, and the wide ruin ends. The public woe, but me fresh woe attends. Troy still survives to me, to none but me. And from its ills I never must be free. I, who so late had power, and wealth, and ease. Blessed with my husband, and a large increase. Must now in poverty and exile mourn. Even from the tombs of my dead offspring torn. Give end to Penelope, who proud of spoil. Allots me to the loom's ungrateful toil. Points to her dames, and cries with scorning mien. See Hector's mother, and great Priam's queen. And thou, my child, sole hope of all that's lost. Thou now art slain, to suit this hostile ghost. Yes, my child falls an offering to my foe. Then what am I, who still survive this woe? Say, cruel gods. For what new scenes of death must a poor aged wretch prolong this hated breath? Troy fallen, to whom could Priam happy seem? Yet was he so, and happy must I deem his death, for oh, my child, he saw not thine, when he his life did with his Troy resign. Yet sure do obsequies thy tomb might grace, and thou shalt sleep amidst thy kingly race. Alas! My child, such fortune does not wait our suffering house in this abandoned state. A foreign grave, and thy poor mother's tears, are all the honors that attend thy hearse. All now is lost. Yet no one comfort more of life remains, my much-loved Polydore. My youngest hope, here on this coast he lives. Nursed by the guardian king, he still survives. Then let me hasten to the cleansing flood, and wash away these stains of guiltless blood. Straight to the shore her feeble steps repair, with limping pace, and torn dishevelled hair, silvered with age. Give me an urn, she cried, to bear back water from this swelling tide. When on the banks her son in ghastly hue, transfixed with Thracian arrows strikes her view. The matrons shrieked, her big swoln grief surpassed the power of utterance. She stood aghast. She had nor speech, nor tears to give relief. Excess of woe suppressed the rising grief. Lifeless as stone, on earth she fixed her eyes, and then looked up to heaven with wild surprise. Now she contemplates o'er with sad delight her son's pale visage. Then her aching sight dwells on his wounds, she varies thus by turns. Wild as the mother lion, when among the haunts of prey she seeks her ravished young. Swift flies the ravisher, she marks his trace, and by the print directs her anxious chase. So Hecuba with mingled grief and rage pursues the king, regardless of her age. She greets the murderer with dissembled joy of secret treasure hoarded for her boy. The specious tale unwary king betrayed, furred with the hopes of prey. Give quick, he said, with soft enticing speech, the promised store. Whatever you give to Polydore. Your son, by the immortal gods I swear, shall this with all your former bounty share. She stands attentive to his soothing lies, and darts avenging horror from her eyes. Then full resentment fires her boiling blood. She springs upon him, midst the captive crowd. Her thirst of vengeance want of strength supplies. Fastens her forky fingers in his eyes. Tears out the rooted balls. Her rage pursues, and in the hollow orbs her hand embroils. The Thracians, furred, at this inhuman scene, with darts and stones assail the frantic queen. She snarls, and growls, nor in inhuman tone. Then bites impatient at the bounding stone. Extends her jaws, as she her voice would raise to keen invectives in her wonted phrase. But barks, and thence the yelping brute betrays. Still a sad monument the place remains, and from this monstrous change its name obtains. Where she, in long remembrance of her ills, with plaintive howlings the wide desert fills. Greeks, Trojans, friends, and foes, and gods above. Her numberous wrongs to just compassion move. Even Juno's self forgets her ancient hate, and owns, she had deserved a milder fate. The funeral of Memnon. Yet bright Aurora, partial as she was to Troy, and those that loved the Trojan cause. Nor Troy, nor Hecuba can now bemoan, but weeps a sad misfortune, more her own. Her offspring Memnon, by Achilles slain, she saw extended on the Phrygian plain. She saw, and straight the purple beams, that grace the rosy morning, vanished from her face. A deadly pale her wonted bloom invades, and veils the lowering skies with mournful shades. But when his limbs upon the pile were laid, the last kind duty that by friends is paid, his mother to the skies directs her flight. Nor could sustain to view the doleful sight, but frantic, with her loose neglected hair, hastens to Jove, and falls a suppliant there. O King of Heaven, O Father of the skies, the weeping goddess passionately cries. Though I the meanest of immortals am, and fewest temples celebrate my fame, yet still a goddess I presume to come within the verge of your ethereal dome. Yet still may plead some merit, if my light with purple dawn controls the powers of night. If from a female hand that virtue springs, which to the gods, and men such pleasure brings. Yet I nor honors seek, nor rights divine. Nor for more altars, or more fanes repine. Oh! That such trifles were the only cause, from whence Aurora's mind its anguish draws. For Memnon lost, my dearest only child. With weightier grief my heavy heart is filled. My warrior son, that lived but half his time, nipped in the bud, and blasted in his prime, who for his uncle early took the field, and by Achilles' fatal spear was killed. To whom but Jove should I for succor come? For Jove alone could fix his cruel doom. O sovereign of the gods, accept my prayer. Grant my request, and sooth a mother's care. On the deceased some solemn boon bestow, to expiate the loss, and ease my woe. Jove, with a nod, complied with her desire. Around the body flammed the funeral fire. The pile decreased, that lately seemed so high, and sheets of smoke rolled upward to the sky, as humid vapors from a marshy bog rise by degrees, condensing into fog, that intercept the sun's enlivening ray, and with a cloud infect the cheerful day. The sooty ashes wafted by the air whirl round, and thicken in a body there, then take a form, which their own heat, and fire, with active life, and energy inspire. Its lightness makes it seem to fly, and soon it schemes on real wings, that are its own. A real bird, it beats the breezy wind, mixed with 1,000 sisters of the kind, that, from the same formation newly sprung, upborne aloft on plumy pinions hung. Thrice round the pile advanced the circling throng. Thrice, with their wings, a whizzing consort rung. In the fourth flight their squadron they divide, ranked in 2 different troops, on either side. Then 2, and 2, inspurred with martial rage, from either troop in equal pairs engage. Each combatant with beak, and pounces pressed, in wrathful ire, his adversary's breast. Each falls a victim, to preserve the fame of that great hero, whence their being came. From him their courage, and their name they take. And, as they lived, they die for Memnon's sake. Punctual to time, with each revolving year, in fresh array the champion birds appear. Again, prepared with vengeful minds, they come to bleed, in honor of the soldier's tomb. Therefore in others it appeared not strange to grieve for Hecuba's unhappy change. But poor Aurora had enough to do with her own loss, to mind another's woe, who still in tears, her tender nature shews, besprinkling all the world with pearly dews. The voyage of Aeneas. Troy thus destroyed, 'twas still denied by fate. The hopes of Troy should perish with the state. His sire, the son of Cytherea bore, and household gods from burning Ilium's shore. The pious prince, a double duty paid, each sacred burthen through the flames conveyed. With young Ascanius, and this only prize of heaps of wealth, he from Antandros flies. But struck with horror, left the Thracian shore, stained with the blood of murdered Polydore. The Delian isle receives the banished train, driven by kind gales, and favored by the main. Here pious Aeneas, priest, and monarch reigned, and either charge, with equal care sustained. His subjects Rueld, to Phoebus homage paid, his god obeying, and by those obeyed. The priest displays his hospitable gait, and shows the riches of his church, and state. The sacred shrubs, which east Latona's pain, the palm, and olive, and the votive fane. Here grateful flames with fuming incense fed, and mingled wine, ambrosial odors shed. Of slaughtered steers the crackling entrails burned, and then the strangers to the court returned. On beds of tapestry placked aloft, they dine, with Ceres' gift, and flowing bowls of wine. When thus Anchises spoke, amidst the feast, Say, mitred monarch, Phoebus' chosen priest. Or, heir from Troy by cruel fate expelled. When first mine eyes these sacred walls beheld. A son, and twice 2 daughters crown thy bliss. Or heirs my Emry, and I judge amiss. The royal prophet shook his hoary head. With snowy fillets bound, and sighing, said. Thy Emry heirs not, prince, thou saw'st me then. The happy father of so large a train. Behold me now, such turns of chance befall. The race of man, almost bereft of all. For, what comfort can my son bestow? What help afford, to mitigate my woe? While far from hence, in Andrus isle he reigns. From him so nommed, and there my place sustains. Him Delius prescience gave, the twice-born god. A boon more wondrous on the maids bestowed. Whatever they touched, he gave them to transmute. A gift past credit, and above their suit. To Ceres, Bacchus, and Minerva's fruit. How great their value, and how rich their use. Whose only touch such treasures could produce. The dire destroyer of the Trojan reign. Fierce Agamemnon, such a prize to gain. A proof we also were designed by fate. To feel the tempest, that o'erturned your state. With force superior, and a ruffian crew. From these weak arms. The helpless virgins drew. And sternly bade them use the grant divine. To keep the fleet in corn, and oil, and wine. Each, as they could, escaped, 2 strove to gain. Euboea's isle, and to their brothers' reign. The soldier follows, and demands the dames. If held by force, immediate war proclaims. Fear conquered nature in their brother's mind. And gave them up to punishment assigned. Forgive the deed, nor Hector's arm was there. Nor thine, Aeneas, to maintain the war. Whose only force upheld your Ilium's Toares. For 10 long years, against the Grecian powers. Prepared to bind their captive arms in bands. To heave end they reared their yet unfettered hands. Help, Bacchus, author of the gift, they prayed. The gift's great author gave immediate aid. If such destruction of their human frame, by ways so wondrous, may deserve the name. Nor could I hear, nor can I now relate. Exact, the manner of their altered state. But this in general of my loss I knew. Transformed to doves, on milky plumes they flew. Such as on Ida's mount thy consort's chariot drew. With such discourse, they entertained the feast. Then rose from table, and withdrew to rest. The following morn, ere soul was seen to shine. Inquiring Trojans sought the sacred shrine. The mystic power commands them to explore. Their ancient mother, and a kindred shore. Attending to the sea, the generous prince dismissed his guests with rich munificence. In old Anchises' hand a scepter placked. A vest, and quiver young Ascanius cracked. His sire, a cup. Which from Ionian coast. Ismenian Thyrses sent his royal host. Alcon of Mile made what Thyrses sent. And carved thereon this ample argument. A town with 7 distinguished gates was shown. Which spoke its name, and made the city known. Before it, piles, and tombs, and rising flames. The rites of death, and choirs of mourning dames. Who bared their breasts, and gave their hair to flow. The signs of grief, and marks of public woe. Their fountains dried, the weeping naiads mourned. The trees stood bare, with searing cankers burned. No herbage clothed the ground, a ragged flock. Of goats half famished, licked the naked rock. Of manly courage, and with mind serene. Orion's daughters in the town were seen. One heaved her chest to meet the lifted knife. One plunged the poignard through the seat of life. Their country's victims, mourns the rescued state. The bodies burns, and celebrates their fate. To save the failure of illustrious line. From the pale ashes rose, of form divine. Two generous youths, these, fame Coroni calls, who join the pomp, and mourn their mother's falls. These burnished figures formed of antique mold, shone on the brass, with rising sculpture bold. A wreath of gilt acanthus round the brim was rolled. Nor less expense the Trojan gifts expressed. A fuming censer for the royal priest. A chalice, and a crown of princely cost. With ruddy gold, and sparkling gems embossed. Now hoisting sail, to Crete the Trojans stood. Themselves remembering sprung from Teucer's blood. But Heaven forbids, and pestilential Jove. From noxious skies, the wandering navy drove. Her 100 cities left, from Crete they bore. And sought the destined land, Ausonia's shore. But tossed by storms at either strophes lay. Till scarred by harpies from the faithless bay. Then passing onward with a prosperous wind. Left sly Ulysses' spacious realms behind. Ambratia's state, in former ages known. The strife of gods, the judge transformed to stone. They saw, for Actaeon Phoebus since renowned. Who Caesar's arms with naval conquest crowned. Next passed Dodona, wont of old to boast. Her vocal forest. And Chaonia's coast. Where King Molossus' sons on wings aspurred. And saw secure the harmless fuel furred. Now to Phaeacia's happy isle they came. For fertile orchards known to early fame. Epirus passed, they next beheld with joy. A second Ilium, and fictitious Troy. Here Trojan Hellenists the scepter swayed. Who showed their fate and mystic truths displayed. By him confirmed Sicilia's isle they reached. Whose sides to sea 3 promontories stretched. Pachino's to the stormy south is placked. On Lilybaeum blows the gentle west. Peloro's cliffs the northern bear survey. Who rolls above. And dreads to touch the sea. By this they steer, and favored by the tide. Secure by night in Zankel's harbor ride. Here cruel Scylla guards the rocky shore. And there the waves of loud Charybdis roar. This sucks, and vomits ships, and bodies drowned. And Ravnus dogs the womb of that surround. In face a virgin, and, if aught be true. By bards recorded, once a virgin too. A train of youths in vain desert her bed. By sea nymphs loved, to nymphs of seas she fled. The maid to these, with female pride, displayed. Their baffled courtship, and their love betrayed. When Galatea thus bespoke the fair. But first she sighed, while Scylla combed her hair. You, lovely maid, a generous race pursues. Whom safe you may, as now you do, refuse. To me, though powerful in a numberous train. Of sisters, sprung from gods, who rule the main. My native seas could scarce a refuge prove. To shun the fury of the Cyclops' love. Tears choked her utterance here. The pitying maid. With marble fingers whipped them off, and said. My dearest goddess, let thy Scylla know. For I am faithful, whence these sorrows flow. The maid's entreaties o'er the nymph prevail. Who thus to Scylla tells the mournful tale. The story of Acis, Polyphemus and Galatea. Acis, the lovely youth, whose loss I mourn. From Faunus, and the nymph Semethis born. Was both his parents' pleasure, but, to me, was all that love could make a lover be. The gods our minds in mutual bands did join. I was his only joy, and he was mine. Now 16 summers the sweet youth had seen. And doubtful down began to shade his chin. When Polyphemus first disturbed our joy. And loved me fiercely, as I loved the boy. Ask not which passion in my soul was higher. My last aversion, or my first desire. Nor this the greater was, nor that the less. Both were alike, for both were in excess. Thee, Venus, thee both heaven, and earth obey. Immense thy power, and boundless is thy sway. The Cyclops, who defied th ethereal throne. And thought no thunder louder than his own. The terror of the woods, and wilder far than wolves in plains, or bears in forests are. In human host. Who made his bloody feasts on mangled members of his butchered guests. Yet felt the force of love, and fierce desire. And burnt for me, with unrelenting fire. Forgot his caverns, and his woolly care. Assumed the softness of a lover's air. And combed, with teeth of rakes, his rugged hair. Now with a crooked scythe his beard he sleeks. And mows the stubborn stubble of his cheeks. Now in the crystal stream he looks, to try his simigers, and rolls his glaring eye. His cruelty, and thirst of blood are lost. And ships securely sail along the coast. The prophet Telemus, arrived by chance. Where Aetna's summits to the seas advance. Who marked the tracks of every bird that flew. And sure presages from their flying drew. Foretold the Cyclops. That Ulysses' hand in his broad eye showed thrust a flaming brand. The giant, with a scornful grin, replied. Vain augur, thou hast falsely prophesied. Already love his flaming brand has tossed. Looking on two fair eyes, my sight I lost. Thus, warned in vain, with stalking pace he strode. And stamped the margin of the briny flood. With heavy steps, and weary, sought Aegon. The cool retirement of his gloomy den. A promontory, sharpening by degrees. Ends in a wedge, and overlooks the seas. On either side, below, the water flows. This airy walk the giant lover chose. Here on the midst he sate. His flocks, unled. Their shepherd followed, and securely fed. A pine so burly, and of length so vast. That sailing ships required it for a mast. He wielded for a staff, his steps to guide. But laid it by, his whistle while he tried. 100 reeds of a prodigious growth. Scarce made a pipe, proportioned to his mouth. Which when he gave it wind, the rocks around. And watery plains, the dreadful hiss resound. I heard the ruffian shepherd rudely blow. Where, in a hollow cave, I sat below. On Assus' bosom I my head reclined. And still preserved the poem in my mind. O lovely Galatea, whiter far than falling snows, and rising lilies are. More flowery than the meads, as crystal bright. Erect as alders, and of equal height. More wanton than a kid, more sleek thy skin. Than orient shells, that on the shores are seen. Than apples fairer, when the boughs they laid. Pleasing, as winter suns, or summer shade. More grateful to the sight, than goodly plains. And softer to the touch, than down of swans. Or curds new turned. And sweeter to the taste. Than swelling grapes, that to the vintage haste. More clear than ice, or running streams, that stray. Through garden plots, but more swift than they. Yet, Galatea, harder to be broke. Than bullocks, unreclaimed, to bear the yoke. And far more stubborn, than the knotted oak. Like sliding streams, impossible to hold. Like them, fallacious, like their fountains, cold. More warping, than the willow, to decline. My warm embrace, more brittle, than the vine. Immovable, and fixed in thy disdain. Tough, as these rocks, and of a harder grain. More violent, than is the rising flood. And the praised peacock is not half so proud. Fierce, as the fire, and sharp, as thistles are. And more outrageous, than a mother bear. Deaf, as the billows to the vows I make. And more revengeful, than a trodden snake. In swiftness fleeter, than the flying hind. Or driven tempests, or the driving wind. All other faults, with patience I can bear. But swiftness is the vice I only fear. Yet if you knew me well, you would not shun my love, but to my wished embraces run. Wowed languish in your turn, and court my stay. And much repent of your unwise delay. My palace, in the living rock, is made by nature's hand. A spacious pleasing shade, which neither heat can pierce, nor cold invade. My garden filled with fruits you may behold, and grapes in clusters, imitating gold. Some blushing bunches of a purple hue. And these, and those, are all reserved for you. Red strawberries, in shades, expecting stand. Proud to be gathered by so white a hand. Autumnal cornels latter fruit provide. And plums, to tempt you, turn their glossy side. Not those of common kinds, but such alone as in Phaeacian orchards might have grown. Nor chestnuts shall be wanting to your food. Nor garden fruits, nor wildings of the wood. The laden boughs for you alone shall bear. And yours shall be the product of the year. The flocks you see, are all my own, beside the rest that woods, and winding valleys hide. And those that folded in the caves abide. Ask not the numbers of my growing store. Who knows how many, knows he has no more. Nor will I praise my cattle, trust not me. But judge yourself, and pass your own decree. Behold their swelling dugs. The sweepy weight of ewes, that sink beneath the milky freight. In the warm folds their tender lambkins lie. Apart from kids, that call with human cry. New milk in nut-brown bowls is duly served. For daily drink. The rest for cheese reserved. Nor are these household dainties all my store. The fields, and forests will afford us more. The deer, the hare, the goat, the savage boar. All sorts of venison, and of birds the best. A pair of turtles taken from the nest. I walked the mountains, and 2 cubs I found. Whose dam had left them on the naked ground. So like, that no distinction could be seen. So pretty, they were presents for a queen. And so they shall. I took them both away. And keep, to be companions of your play. O raise, fair nymph, your beauteous face above the waves, nor scorn my presence, and my love. Come, Galatea, come, and view my face. I late beheld it, in the watery glass. And found it lovelier, than I feared it was. Survey my towering stature, and my size. Not Jove, the Jove you dream, that rules the skies. Bears such a bulk, or is so largely spread. My locks, the plenteous harvest of my head, hang o'er my manly face. And dangling down, as with a shady grove, my shoulders crown. Nor think, because my limbs and body bear a thick-set underwood of bristling hair. My shape deformed, what fouler sight can be than the bald branches of a leafless tree? Foul is the steed without a flowing mane, and birds, without their feathers, and their train. Wool decks the sheep, and man receives a grace from bushy limbs, and from a bearded face. My forehead with a single eye is filled, round, as a ball, and ample, as a shield. The glorious lamp of heaven, the radiant sun, is nature's eye, and she's content with one. Add, that my father sways your seas, and I, like you, am of the watery family. I make you his, in making you my own. You I adore, and kneel to you alone. Jove, with his fabled thunder, I despise, and only fear the lightning of your eyes. Frown not, fair nymph, yet I could bear to be disdained, if others were disdained with me. But to repulse the Cyclops, and prefer the love of Assis, Heaveness, I cannot bear. But let the stripling please himself. Nay more. Please you, though, that's the thing I most abhor. The boy shall find, if e'er we cope in fight, these giant limbs, endued with giant might. His living bowels from his belly torn, and scattered limbs shall on the flood be borne. Thy flood, ungrateful nymph, and fate shall find that way for thee, and Assis to be joined. For oh, I burn with love, and thy disdain augments at once my passion, and my pain. Translated Etna flames within my heart. And thou, inhuman, wilt not ease my smart. Lamenting thus in vain, he rose, and strode with furious paces to the neighboring wood. Restless his feet, distracted was his walk. Mad were his motions, and confused his talk. Mad, as the vanquished bull, when forked to yield his lovely mistress, and forsake the field. Thus far unseen I saw, when fatal chance his looks directing, with a sudden glance, Assis and I were to his sight betrayed. Where, not suspecting, we securely played. From his wide mouth a bellowing cry he cast. I see, but this shall be your last. A roar so loud made Etna to rebound. And all the Cyclops labored in the sound. Affrighted with his monstrous voice, I fled. And in the neighboring ocean plunged my head. Poor Assis turned his back, and help, he cried. Help, Galatea, help, my parent gods. And take me dying to your deep abodes. The Cyclops followed, but he sent before a rib, which from the living rock he tore. Though but an angle reached him of the stone, the mighty fragment was enough alone to crush all Assis. 'Twas too late to save. But what the fates allowed to give, I gave. That Assis to his lineage should return. And Raoul, among the river gods, his urn. Straight issued from the stone a stream of blood, which lost the purple, mingling with the flood. Then, like a troubled torrent, it appeared. The torrent too, in little space, was cleared. The stone was cleft, and through the yawning chink new reeds arose, on the new river's brink. The rock, from out its hollow womb, disclosed a sound like water in its course opposed. When, wand roused to behold, full in the flood, up starts a youth, and navel high he stood. Horns from his temples rise. And either horn, thick wreaths of reeds, his native growth, adorn. Were not his stature taller than before? His bulk augmented, and his beauty more. His color blue. For Assis he might pass. And Assis changed into a stream he was. But mine no more, he rolls along the plains with rapid motion, and his name retains the story of Glaucus and Scylla. Here Ceas the nymph, the fair assembly broke. The sea-green nereids to the waves betook. While Scylla, fearful of the widespread main, swift to the safer shore returns again. There o'er the sandy margin unarrayed, with printless footsteps flies the bounding maid. Or in some winding creek's secure retreat, she bathes her weary limbs, and shuns the noonday's heat. Her Glaucus saw, as o'er the deep he rode, new to the seas, and late received a god. He saw, and languished for the virgin's love. With many an artful blandishment he strove her flight to hinder, and her fears remove. The more he sues, the more she wings her flight, and nimbly gains a neighboring mountain's height, steep shelving to the margin of the flood. A neighboring mountain bare, and woodless stood. Here, by the place secured, her steps she stayed. And, trembling still, her lover's form surveyed. His shape, his hue, her troubled sense appall. And dropping locks that o'er his shoulders fall. She sees his face divine, and manly brow end in a fish's wreathy tail below. She sees, and doubts within her anxious mind, whether he comes of god, or monster kind. This Glaucus soon perceived, and, oh, forbear. His hand supporting on a rock lay near. Forbear, he cried, fond maid, this needless fear. Nor fish am I, nor monster of the main, but equal with the watery gods I reign. Nor Proteus, nor Polemon me excel. nor he whose breath inspires the sounding shell. My birth, 'tis true, I owe to mortal race. And I myself but late a mortal was. Even then in seas, and seas alone, I joyed. The seas my hours, and all my cares employed. In meshes now the twinkling prey I drew. Now skilfully the slender line I threw. And silent sat the moving float to view. Not far from shore, there lies a verdant mead. With herbage half, and half with water spread. There, nor the horned heifers browsing stray. Nor shaggy kids, nor wanton lambkins play. There, nor the sounding bees their nectar cull. Nor rural swains their genial chaplets pull. Nor flocks, nor herds, nor mowers haunt the place. To crop the flores, or cut the bushy grass. Thither, sure first of living race came I. And sat by chance, my dropping nets to dry. My scaly prize, in order all displayed. By number on the greensward there I laid. My captives, whom or in my nets I took. Or hung unwary on my wily hook. Strange to behold. Yet what avails a lie? I saw them bite the grass, as I sate by. Then sudden darting o'er the verdant plain. They spread their fins, as in their native main. I paused, with wonder struck, while all my prey left their new master, and regained the sea. Amazed, within my secret self I sought. What god, what herb the miracle had wrought? But sure no herbs have power like this, I cried. And straight I plucked some neighboring herbs, and tried. Scarce had I bit, and proved the wandrouse taste. When strong convulsions shook my troubled breast. I felt my heart grow fond of something strange. And my whole nature laboring with a change. Restless I grew, and every place forsook. And still upon the seas I bent my look. Farewell forever. Farewell, land. I said. And plunged amidst the waves my sinking head. The gentle powers, who that low empire keep, received me as a brother of the deep. To Tethys, and to ocean old, they pray. To purge my mortal earthy parts away. The watery parents to their suit agreed. And thrice 9 times a secret charm they read. Then with lust rations purify my limbs. And bid me bathe beneath 100 streams. 100 streams from various fountains run. And on my head at once come rushing down. Thus far each passage I remember well. And faithfully thus far the tale I tell. But then oblivion dark, on all my senses fell. Again at length my thought reviving came. When I no longer found myself the same. Then first this sea-green beard I felt to grow. And these large honors on my spreading brow. My long descending locks the billows sweep. And my broad shoulders cleave the yielding deep. My fishy tail, my arms of azure hue. And every part divinely charmed, I view. But what avail these useless honors now? What joys can immortality bestow? What, though our nereids all my form approve? What boots it, while fair Scylla scorns my love? Thus far the god, and more he would have said. When from his presence flew the ruthless maid. Stung with repulse, in such disdainful sort. He seeks Titanian Circe's horrid court. The end of the 13th book. Book the 14th. Scylla and Glaucus, Cant, the pilgrimage of Aeneas, Cant. The island of Circe, Picus and Cannons, the triumph and apotheosis of Aeneas, Pomona and Vertumnus, legends of early Rome, the apotheosis of Romulus. The transformation of Scylla. Now Glaucus, with a lover's haste, bounds o'er the swelling waves, and seeks the Latian shore. Messina, Rhegium, and the barren coast of flaming Aetna, to his sight are lost. At length he gains the Tyrrhene seas, and views the hills where baneful philters Circe brews. Monsters, in various forms, around her press. As thus the god salutes the sorceress. O Circe, be indulgent to my grief, and give a love-sick deity relief. Too well the mighty power of plants I know, to those my figure, and new fate I owe. Against Messina, on th Ausonian coast, I Scylla viewed, and from that hour was lost. In tenderest sounds I sued, but still the fair was deaf to vows, and pitiless to prayer. If numbers can avail, exert their power, or energy of plants, if plants have more. I ask no cure, let but the virgin pine, with dying pangs, or agonies, like mine. No longer Circe could her flame disguise, but to the suppliant god marine, replies. When maids are coy, have manlier aims in view. Leave those that fly, but those that like, pursue. If love can be by kind compliance won, see, at your feet, the daughter of the sun. Sooner, said Glaucus, shall the ash remove from mountains, and the swelling surges love, or humble seaweed to the hills repair, ere I think any but my Scylla fair. Straight Circe reddens with a guilty shame, and vows revenge for her rejected flame. Fierce liking oft a spite as fierce creates, for love refused, without aversion, hates. To hurt her hapless rival she proceeds, and, by the fall of Scylla, Glaucus bleeds. Some fascinating beverage now she brews, compassed of deadly drugs, and baneful juice. At Rhegium she arrives, the ocean braves, and treads with unwet feet the boiling waves. Upon the beach a winding bay there lies, sheltered from seas, and shaded from the skies. This station Scylla chose, a soft retreat from chilling winds, and raging Cancer's heat. The vengeful sorceress visits this recess. Her charm infuses, and infects the place. Soon as the nymph wades in, her nether parts turn into dogs, then at herself she starts. A ghastly horror in her eyes appears, but yet she knows not, who it is she fears. In vain she offers from herself to run, and drags about her what she strives to shun. Oppressed with grief the pitying god appears, and swells the rising surges with his tears. From the detested sorceress he flies, her art reviles, and her address denies. Whilst hapless Scylla, chained to rocks, decrees destruction to those barks, that beat the seas. Here bulged the pride of famed Ulysses' fleet, but good Aeneas scapt the fate he met. As to the Latian shore the Trojans stood, and cut with well-timed oars the foaming flood. He weathered fell Charybdis, but ere long the skies were darkened, and the tempest strong. Then to the Libyan coast he stretches o'er, and makes at length the Carthaginian shore. Here Dido, with an hospitable care, into her heart receives the wanderer. From her kind arms th ungrateful hero flies. The injured queen looks on with dying eyes. Then to her folly falls a sacrifice. Aeneas now sets sail, and plying gains fair Eryx, where his friend Acestes reigns. First to his sire does funeral rites decree, then gives the signal next, and stands to sea. Outruns the islands where volcanoes roar, gets clear of sirens, and their faithless shore, but looses Palinurus in the way. Then makes Inarim, and Procida. The galleys now by Pithecusa pass. The name is from the natives of the place. The father of the gods detesting lies, oft, with abhorrence, heard their perjuries. Abandoned race, transformed to beasts, began to mimic the impertinence of man. Flat-nosed, and furrowed, with grimace they grin, and look, to what they were, too near akin. Merry in make, and busy to no end. This moment they divert, the next offend. So much this species of their past retains. Though lost the language, yet the noise remains. Now, on his right, he leaves Parthenope. His left, Messinus jutting in the sea. Arrives at Cuma, and with awe surveyed the grotto of the venerable maid. Begs leave through black Avernus to retire, and view the much-loved manes of his sire. Straight the divining virgin raised her eyes, and, foaming with a holy rage, replies, O thou, whose worth thy wondrous works proclaim! The flames, thy piety, the world, thy fame. Though great be thy request, yet shalt thou see Elysian fields, infernal monarchy. Thy parents' shade, this arm thy steps shall guide. To suppliant virtue nothing is denied. She spoke, and pointing to the golden bough, which in Avernian grove refulgent grew. Sees that, she bids, he listens to the maid. Then views the mournful mansions of the dead. The shade of great Anchises, and the place by fates determined to the Trojan race. As back to upper light the hero came, he thus salutes the visionary dame. Oh, whether some propitious deity, or loved by those bright rulers of the sky, with grateful incense I shall style you one, and deem no godhead greater than your own. 'Twas you restored me from the realms of night, and gave me to behold the fields of light, to feel the breezes of congenial air, and nature's blessed benevolence to share. I am no deity, replied the dame, but mortal, and religious rites disclaim. Yet had avoided death's tyrannic sway, had I consented to the god of day. With promises he sought my love, and said, Have all you wish, my fair Cumean maid. I poused, then pointing to a heap of sand, for every grain, to live a year, demand. But unmindful of effect of time, forgot to covenant for youth, and prime. The smiling bloom, I boasted once, is gone, and feeble age with lagging limbs creeps on. 7 centuries have I lived, 3 more fulfill the period of the years to finish still. Who'll think, that Phoebus, drayest in youth divine, had once believed his lustre less than mine? This withered frame, so fates have willed, shall waste to nothing, but prophetic words, at last. The Sibyl mounting now from nether skies, and the famed Ilian prince, at Cuma rise. He sailed, and near the place to anchor came, since called Cajeta from his nurse's name. Here did the luckless maker, a friend to wise Ulysses, his long labors end. Here, wandering, Achaemenides he meets, and, sudden, thus his late associate, greets. Whence came you here, O friend, and whither bound? All gave you lost on far Cyclopean ground. A Greeks at last aboard a Trojan found. Thus Achaemenides, with thanks I name Aeneas, and his piety proclaim. I scapt the Cyclops through the hero's aid, else in his maw my mangled limbs had laid. When first your navy under sail he found, he raved, till Aetna labored with the sound. Raging, he stalked along the mountain's side, and vented clouds of breath at every stride. His staff a mountain ash, and in the clouds, oft, as he walks, his grisly front he shrouds. Eyeless he groped about with vengeful haste, and just led promontories, as he passed. Then heaved a rock's high summit to the main, and bellowed, like some bursting hurricane. Oh! Could I seize Ulysses in his flight? How unlamented were my loss of sight! These jaws should piecemeal tear each panting vein, grind every crackling bone, and pound his brain. As thus he raved, my joints with horror shook. The tide of blood my chilling heart forsook. I saw him once disgorge huge morsels, raw, of wretches undigested in his maw. From the pale breathless trunk's whole limbs he tore, his beard all clotted with o'erflowing gore. My anxious hours I passed in caves, my food was forest fruits, and wildings of the wood. At length a sail I wafted, and aboard my fortune found an hospitable lord. Now, in return, your own adventures tell. And what, since first you put to sea, befell? Then Maker, there reigned a prince of fame. O'er Tuscan seas, and Aeolus his name. A largess to Ulysses he consigned. And in a steer's tough hide enclosed a wind. 9 days before the swelling gale we ran. The 10th, to make the meeting land, began. When now the merry mariners, to find imagined wealth within, the bag unbind. Forthwith outrushed a gust, which backwards bore our galleys to the Laestrygonian shore. Whose crown, Antiphates the tyrant wore. Some few commissioned were with speed to treat. We to his court repair, his guards we meet. 2, friendly flight preserved, the 3rd was doomed to be by those cursed cannibals consumed. Inhumanly our hapless friends they treat. Our men they murder, and destroy our fleet. In time the wise Ulysses bore away, and dropped his anchor in yon faithless bay. The thoughts of perils past we still retain, and fear to land, till lots appoint the men. Polites true, Elpenor give end to wine. Eurylochus, myself, the lots assign. Designed for dangers, and resolved to dare. To Circe's fatal palace we repair. Before the spacious front, a herd we find. Of beasts, the fiercest of the savage kind. Our trembling steps with blandishments they meet. And fawn, unlike their species, at our feet. Within upon a sumptuous throne of state. On golden columns rised, enchantress sate. Rich was her robe, and amiable her mien. Her aspect awful, and she looked a queen. Her maids not mind the loom, nor household care. Nor wage in needlework a Scythian war. But cull in canisters disastrous flowers. And plants from haunted heaths, and fairy bowers. With brazen sickles reaped at planetary hours. Each dose the goddess weighs with watchful eye. So nice her art in impious pharmacy. Entreating she greets us with a gracious look. And airs, that future amity bespoke. Her ready nymphs serve up a rich repast. The bowl she dashes first, then gives to taste. Quick, to our own undoing, we comply. Her power we prove, and shew the sorcery. Soon, in a length of face, our head extends. Our chine stiff bristles bears, and forward bends. A breadth of brawn new burnishes our neck. Anon we grunt, as we begin to speak. Alone Eurylochus refused to taste. Nor to a breast obscene the man debased. Hither Ulysses hastes, so fates command. And bears the powerful moly in his hand. Unsheathes his scimitar, assaults the dame. Preserves his species, and remains the same. The nuptial rite this outrage straight attends. The dour desert is his transfigured friends. The incantation backward she repeats. Inverts her rod, and what she did, defeats. And now our skin grows smooth, our shape upright. Our arms stretch up, our cloven feet unite. With tears our weeping general we embrace. Hang on his neck, and melt upon his face. 12 silver moons in Circe's court we stay. Whilst there they waste unwilling hours away. 'Twas here I spied a youth in Parian stone. His head a pecker bore, the cause unknown. To passengers. A nymph of Circe's train. The mystery thus attempted to explain. Picus, who once Ausonian Scepter held, could rein the steed, and fie him for the field. So like he was to what you see, that still we doubt if real, or the sculptor's skill. The graces in the finished piece, you find, are but the copy of his fairer mind. For lustres scarce the royal youth could name, till every love-sick nymph confessed a flame. Oft for his love the mountain dryad sued, and every silver sister of the flood. Those of Numicus, Albula, and those where Almo creeps, and hasty Nr o'erflows. Where sedgy Anio glides through smiling meads. Where shady Farfar rustles in the reeds. And those that love the lakes, and homage owe to the chaste goddess of the silver bow. In vain each nymph her brightest charms put on. His heart no sovereign would obey but one. She whom Vanilia, on Mount Palatine, to Janus bore, the fairest of her line. Nor did her face alone her charms confess. Her voice was ravishing, and pleased no less. Whene'er she sung, so melting were her strains. The flocks unfed seemed listening on the plains. The rivers would stand still, the cedars bend. And birds neglect their pinions to attend. The savage kind in forest wilds grow tame. And cannons, from her heave ly voice, her name. Hymen had now in some ill-fated hour. Their hands united, as their hearts before. Whilst their soft moments in delights they waste. And each new day was dearer than the past. Picus would sometimes o'er the forests rove. And mingle sports with intervals of love. It chanked, as once the foaming boar he checked. His jewels sparkling on his Tyrian vest. Lascivious Circe well the youth surveyed. As simpling on the flowery hills she strayed. Her wishing eyes their silent message tell. And from her lap the verdant mischief fell. As she attempts at words, his courser springs. O'er hills, and lawns, and even a wish out wings. Thou shalt not 'scape me so, pronounced the dame. If plants have power, and spells be not a name. She said, and forthwith formed a boar of air. That sought the covert with dissembled fear. Swift to the thicket Picus wings his way. On foot, to chase the visionary prey. Now she invokes the daughters of the night. Does noxious juices smear, and charms recite. Such as can veil the moon's more feeble fire. Or shade the golden luster of her sire. In filthy fogs she hides the cheerful noon. The guard at distance, and the youth alone. By those fair eyes, she cries, and every grace. That finish all the wonders of your face. Oh! I conjure thee, hear a queen complain. Nor let the sun's soft lineage sue in vain. Whoe'er thou art, replied the king, forbear. None can my passion with my cannons share. She first my every tender wish posseused. And found the soft approaches to my breast. In nuptials blessed, each loose desire we shun. Nor time can end, what innocence begun. Think not, she cried, to saunter out a life. Of form, with that domestic drudge, a wife. My just revenge, dull fool, ere long shall show. What ills we women, if reefest, can do. Think me a woman, and a lover too. From dear successful spite we hope for ease. Nor fail to punish, where we fail to please. Now twice to east she turns, as oft to west. Thrice waves her wand, as oft a charm expressed. On the lost youth her magic power she tries. Aloft he springs, and wonders how he flies. On painted plumes the woods he seeks, and still. The monarch oak he pierces with his bill. Thus charmed, no more o'er Latian lands he reigns. Of Picus nothing but the name remains. The winds from drizzling damps now purge the air. The mist subsides, the settling skies are fair. The court their sovereign seek with arms in hand. They threaten Circe, and their lord demand. Quick she invokes the spirits of the air. And twilight elves, that on dun wings repair. To charnels, and unhallowed sepulchre. Now, strange to tell, the plants sweat drops of blood. The trees are tossed from forests where they stood. Blue serpents o'er the tainted herbage slide. Pale glaring spectres on the ether ride. Dogs howl, earth yawns, rent rocks forsake their beds. And from their quarries heave their stubborn heads. The sad spectators, stiffened with their fears. She sees, and sudden every limb she smears. Then each of savage beasts the figure bears. The sun did now to western waves retire. In tides to temper his bright world of fire. Cannons laments her royal husband's stay. Ill suits fond love with absence, or delay. Where she commands, her ready people run. She wills, retracts, bids, and forbids anon. Restless in mind, and dying with despair. Her breast she beats, and tears her flowing hair. 6 days, and nights she wanders on, as chance directs, without or sleep, or sustenance. Tiber at last beholds the weeping fair. Her feeble limbs no more the mourner bear. Stretched on his banks, she to the flood complains. And faintly tunes her voice to dying strains. The sickening swan thus hangs her silver wings. And, as she droops, her elegy she sings. Ere long sad cannons wastes to air, whilst fame the place still honours with her hapless name. Here did the tender tale of Picus cease. Above belief the wonder, I confess. Again we sail, but more disasters meet. Foretold by Circe, to our suffering fleet. Myself unable further woes to bear. Decline the voyage, and am refuged here. Thus Maker, now with a pious aim. Had good Aeneas riced a funral flame. In honor of his hoary nurse's name. Her epitaph he fixed. And setting sail. Cajeta left, and catched at every gale. He steered at distance from the faithless shore. Where the false goddess reigns with fatal power. And sought those grateful groves, that shade the plain. Where Tiber rues majestic to the main. And fattens, as he runs, the fair campaign. His kindred gods the hero's wishes crown. With fair Lavinia, and Latinus throne. But not without a war the prize he won. Drawn up in bright array the batel stands. Turnus with arms his promised wife demands. Hetrurians, Latians equal fortune share. And doubtful long appears the face of war. Both powers from neighboring princes seek supplies. And embassies appoint for new allies. Aeneas, for relief, Evander moves. His quarrel he asserts, his cause approves. The bold Rutulians, with an equal speed. Sage Vendus dispatched to Diomed. The king, late griefs revolving in his mind. These reasons for neutrality assigned. Shall I, of one poor dodal town posseist, my people thin, my wretched country waste? An exiled prince, and on a shaking throne? Or risk my patron's subjects, or my own? You'll grieve the harshness of our hap to hear. Nor can I tell the tale without a tear. After famed Ilium was by Argives won. And flames had finished, what the sword begun. Pallas, incensed, pursued us to the main. In vengeance of her violated fane. Alone Oileus forked the Trojan maid. Yet all were punished for the brutal deed. A storm begins, the raging waves run high. The clouds look heavy, and benight the sky. Red sheets of lightning o'er the seas are spread. Our tackling yields, and wrecks at last succeed. 'Tis tedious our disastrous state to tell. Even Priam wowed have pitied, what befell. Yet Pallas saved me from the swallowing main. At home new wrongs to meet, as fates ordain. Checked from my country, I once more repeat. All suffering seas could give, or war complete. For Venus, mindful of her wound, decreed. Still new calamities should past succeed. Agmon, impatient through successive ills. With fury, love's bright goddess thus reviles. These plagues in spite to Diomed are sent. The crime is his, but ours the punishment. Let each, my friends, her puny spleen despise. And dare that haughty harlot of the skies. The rest of Agmon's insolence complain. And of irreverence the wretch arraign. About to answer. His blaspheming throat contracts, and shrieks in some disdainful note. To his new skin a fleece of feather clings. Hides his late arms, and lengthens into wings. The lower features of his face extend. Warp into horn, and in a beak descend. Some more experience Agmon's destiny. And wheeling in the air, like swans they fly. These thin remains to Daunus' realms I bring. And here I reign, a poor precarious king. Thus Diomedes. Venulus withdraws. Unsped the service of the common cause. Puteoli he passes, and surveyed. A cave long honored for its awful shade. Here trembling reeds exclude the piercing ray. Here streams in gentle falls through winding stray. And with a passing breath cool zephyrs play. The goatherd god frequents the silent place. As once the wood nymphs of the sylvan race. Till Apulus with a dishonest air. And gross behavior, banished thence the fair. The bold buffoon, whene'er they tread the green. Their motion mimics, but with jest obscene. Loose language oft he utters, but ere long. A bark in filmy network binds his tongue. Thus charmed, a base wild olive he remains. The shrub the coarseness of the clown retains. Meanwhile the Latians all their power prepare. Gainst fortune, and the foe to push the war. With Phrygian blood the floating fields they stain. But, short of succors, still contend in vain. Turnus remarks the Trojan fleet ill-manned. Unguarded, and at anchor near the strand. He thought, and straight a lighted brand he bore. And fire invades, what scapt the waves before. The billows from the kindling prow retire. Pitch, rosin, sear wood on red wings aspire. And Vulcan on the seas exerts his attribute of fire. This when the mother of the gods beheld. Her tory crown she shook, and stood revealed. Her brindled lions reigned, unveiled her head. And hovering o'er her favored fleet, she said. Cease Turnus, and the heathen ly powers respect. Nor dare to violate, what I protect. These galleys, once fair trees on Ida stood. And gave their shade to each descending god. Nor shall consume, irrevocable fate. Allots there being no determined date. Straight peals of thunder heaven's high arches rend. The hailstones leap, the showers in spouts descend. The winds with widened throats the signal give. The cables break, the smoking vessels drive. Now, wondrous, as they beat the foaming flood. The timber softens into flesh, and blood. The yards, and oars new arms, and legs design. A trunk the hull, the slender keel, a spine. The prow a female face. And by degrees. The galleys rise green daughters of the seas. Sometimes on coral beds they sit in state. Or wanton on the waves they feared of late. The barks, that beat the seas are still their care. Themselves remembering what of late they were. To save a Trojan sail in throngs they press. But smile to see Alcinous in distress. Unable were those wonders to deter the Latians from their unsuccessful war. Both sides for doubtful victory contend. And on their courage, and their gods depend. Nor bright Lavinia, nor Latinus crown. Warm their great soul to war, like fair renown. Venus at last beholds her godlike son. Triumphant, and the field of battle won. Brave Turnus slain, strong Ardea but a name. And buried in fierce deluges of flame. Her Toars, that boasted once a sovereign sway. The fate of fancied grandeur now betray. A famished heron from the ashes springs. And beats the ruin with disastrous wings. Calamities of towns distressed she feigns. And oft, with woeful shrieks, of war complains. Now had Aeneas, as ordained by fate, survived the period of Satinia's hate. And by a sure irrevocable doom, fixed the immortal majesty of Rome. Fit for the station of his kindred stars. His mother goddess thus her suit prefers. Almighty arbiter, whose powerful nod shakes distant earth, and bows our own abode. To thy great progeny indulgent be. And rank the goddess born a deity. Already has he viewed, with mortal eyes, thy brother's kingdoms of the nether skies. Forthwith a conclave of the Godhead meets, where Juno in the shining senate sits. Remorse for past revenge the goddess feels. Then thundering Jove Almighty mandate seals. Allots the prince of his celestial line an apotheosis, and rites divine. The crystal mansions echo with applause. And, with her graces, love's bright queen withdraws. Shoots in a blaze of light along the skies. And, borne by turtles, to Laurentum flies. Alights, where through the reeds Nemesis strays. And to the seas his watery tribute pays. The god she supplicates to wash away the parts more gross, and subject to decay. And cleanse the goddess born from seminal allay. The horned flood with glad attention stands. Then bids his streams obey their sire's commands. His better parts by lustral waves refined. More pure, and nearer to ethereal mind. With gums of fragrant scent the goddess strews. And on his features breathes ambrosial dews. Thus deified, new honors Rome decrees. Shrines, festivals. And styles him indiges. Ascanius now the Latian scepter sways. The Alban nation, Silvius, next obeys. Then young Latinus, next in Alba came. The grace, and guardian of the Alban name. Then Epitus, then gentle Capys reigned. Then Captis the regal power sustained. Next he who perished on the Tuscan flood. And honored with his name the river god. Now haughty Remulus begun his reign. Who fell by thunder he aspired to fame. Meek Acrota succeeded to the crown. From peace endeavoring, more than arms, renown. To Aventinus well resigned his throne. The mount on which he ruelled, preserves his name. And Procas wore the regal diadem. A Hamadryad flourished in these days. Her name Pomona, from her woodland race. In garden culture none could so excel. Or form the pliant souls of plants so well. Or to the fruit more generous flavors lend. Or teach the trees with nobler loads to bend. The nymph frequented not the flattering stream. Nor meads, the subject of a virgin's dream. But to such joys her misery did prefer. Alone to tend her vegetable care. A pruning hook she carried in her hand. And taught the stragglers to obey command. Lest the licentious, and unthrifty bough. The too indulgent parent should undo. She shows, how stocks invite to their embrace. A graft, and naturalize a foreign race. To mend the salvage taint, and in its stead. Adopt new nature, and a nobler breed. Now hourly she observes her growing care. And guards their nonage from the bleaker air. Then opes her streaming sluices, to supply. With flowing draughts her thirsty family. Long had she labored to continue free. From chains of love, and nuptial tyranny. And in her orchard small extent immured. Her vowed virginity she still secured. Oft would loose Pan, and all the lustful train. Of satyrs, tempt her innocence in vain. Silenus, that old dotard, owned a flame. And he, that frights the thieves with stratagem. Of sword, and something else too gross to name. Vertumnus too pursued the maid no less. But, with his rivals, shard a like success. To gain access 1,000 ways he tries. Oft, in the hind, the lover would disguise. The heedless lout comes shambling on, and seems just sweating from the labor of his teams. Then, from the harvest, oft the mimic swain seems bending with a load of bearded grain. Sometimes a dresser of the vine he feigns, and lawless tendrils to their bounds restrains. Sometimes his sword a soldier shews, his rod an angler, still so various is the god. Now, in a forehead cloth, some crone he seems. A staff supplying the defect of limbs. Admittance thus he gains, admires the store. Of fairest fruit, the fair possessor more. Then greets her with a kiss, unpracticed dame. Admired a grand dame kissed with such a flame. Now, seated by her, he beholds a vine. Around an elm in amrous foldings twine. If that fair elm, he cried, alone should stand, no grapes would glow with gold and tempt the hand. Or if that vine without her elm should grow, 'twould creep a poor neglected shrub below. Be then, fair nymph, by these examples led. Nor shun, for fancied fears, the nuptial bed. Not she for whom the Lapithites took arms. Nor Sparta's queen, could boast such heavenly charms. And if you would on woman's faith rely, none can your choice direct so well, as I. Though old, so much Pomona I adore. Scarce does the bright Vertumnus love her more. 'Tis your fair self alone his breast inspires with softest wishes and unsoiled desires. Then fly all vulgar followers, and prove the god of seasons only worth your love. On my assurance well you may repose. Vertumnus scarce Vertumnus better knows. True to his choice, all looser flames he flies. Nor for new faces fashionably dies. The charms of youth, and every smiling grace, bloom in his features, and the god confess. Besides, he puts on every shape at ease. But those the most, that best Pomona please. Still to oblige her is her lover's aim. Their likings and aversions are the same. Nor the fair fruit your burthened branches bear, nor all the youthful product of the year, could bribe his choice. Yourself alone can prove a fit reward for so refined a love. Relent, fair nymph, and with a kind regret, think 'tis Vertumnus weeping at your feet. A tale attend, through Cyprus known, to prove how Venus once revenged neglected love. Iphis, of vulgar birth, by chance had viewed fair Anaxarete of Teucer's blood. Not long had he beheld the royal dame, ere the bright sparkle kindled into flame. Oft did he struggle with a just despair, unfixed to ask, unable to forbear. But love, who flatters still his own disease, hopes all things will succeed, he knows will please. Where'er the fair one haunts, he hovers there, and seeks her confident with sighs, and prayer. Or letters he conveys, that seldom prove successless messengers in suits of love. Now shivering at her gates the wretch appears, and myrtle garlands on the columns rears, wet with a deluge of unbidden tears. The nymph more hard than rocks, more deaf than seas, derides his prayers, insults his agonies. Arraigns of insolence aspiring swain, and takes a cruel pleasure in his pain. Resolved at last to finish his despair, he thus upbraids inexorable fair. O Anaxarete, at last forget the license of a passion indiscreet. Now triumph, since a welcome sacrifice your slave prepares, to offer to your eyes. My life, without reluctance, I resign. That present best can please a pride, like thine. But, oh! Forbear to blast a flame so bright, doomed never to expire, but with the light. And you, great Powers, do justice to my name. The hours, you take from life, restore to fame. Then o'er the posts, once hung with wreaths, he throws the ready cord, and fits the fatal noose. For death prepares, and bounding from above, at once the wretch concludes his life, and love. Ere long the people gather, and the dead is to his mourning mother's arms conveyed. First, like some ghastly statue, she appears. Then bathes the breathless corse in seas of tears, and gives it to the pile. Now as the throng proceed in sad solemnity along, to view the passing pomp, the cruel fair hastes, and beholds her breathless lover there. Struck with the sight, inanimate she seems. Set are her eyes, and motionless her limbs. Her features without fire, her color gone. And, like her heart, she hardens into stone. In Salamis the statue still is seen. In the famed temple of the Cyprian queen. Warned by this tale, no longer then disdain. O nymph beloved, to ease a lover's pain. So may the frosts in spring your blossoms spare. And winds their rude autumnal rage forbear. The story oft for tumnus you urged in vain. But then assumed his heaven form again. Such looks, and lustre the bright youth adorn. As when with rays glad Phoebus paints the morn. The sight so warms the fair admiring maid. Like snow she melts, so soon can youth persuade. Consent, on eager winds, succeeds desire. And both the lovers glow with mutual fire. Now Procas yielding to the fates, his son. Mild Numitor succeeded to the crown. But false Amulius, with a lawless power, at length deposed his brother Numitor. Then Ilia's valiant issue, with the word. Her parent re-enthroned, the rightful lord. Next Romulus to people Rome contrives. The joyous time of Pale's feast arrives. He gives the word to seize the Sabine wives. The sires in rag take arms, by Tatius led. Bold to revenge their violated bed. A fort there was, not yet unknown to fame. Called the Tarpeian, its commander's name. This by the false Tarpeia was betrayed. But death well recompends the tree-trouse maid. The foe on this new-bought success relies. And silent, march, the city to surprise. Satinia's arts with Sabine arms combine. But Venus countermines the vain design. Entreats the nymphs that o'er the springs preside. Which near the fane of hoary Janus glide. To send their succors, every urn they drain. To stop the Sabine's progress, but in vain. The Naiads now more stratagems essay. And kindling sulphur to each source convey. The floods ferment, hot exhalations rise. Till from the scalding ford the army flies. Soon Romulus appears in shining arms. And to the war the Roman legions warms. The battle rages, and the field is spread. With nothing, but the dying, and the dead. Both sides consent to treat without delay. And their two chiefs at once the scepter sway. But Tatius by Lavinian fury slain. Great Romulus continued long to reign. Now warrior Mars his burnished helm puts on. And thus addresses Heaven's imperial throne. Since the inferior world is now become one vassal globe, and colony to Rome. This grace, O Jove, for Romulus I claim. Admit him to the skies, from whence he came. Long hast thou promised an ethereal state. To Mars's lineage. And thy word is fate. The sire, that rules the thunder, with a nod. Declared the fiat, and dismissed the god. Soon as the power omnipotent surveyed. The flashing skies, the signal he obeyed. And leaning on his lance, he mounts his car. His fiery coursers lashing through the air. Mount Palatine he gains, and finds his son. Good laws enacting on a peaceful throne. The scales of heavenly justice holding high. With steady hand, and a discerning eye. Then vaults upon his car, and to the spheres. Swift, as a flying shaft, Rome's founder bears. The parts more pure, in rising are refined. The gross, and perishable lag behind. His shrine in purple vestments stands in view. He looks a god, and is Quirinus now. Ere long the goddess of the nuptial bed. With pity Ovid, sends Iris in her stead. To sad Hercilia, thus the meteor made. Chaste relict. In bright truth to heaven allied. The Sabine's glory, and the sex's pride. Honored on earth, and worthy of the love. Of such a spouse, as now resides above. Some respite to thy killing griefs afford. And if thou wouldst once more behold thy lord. Retire to yon steep mount, with groves o'erspread. Which with an awful gloom his temple shade. With fear the modest matron lifts her eyes. And to the bright ambassadress replies. O goddess, yet to mortal eyes unknown. But sure thy various charms confess thee one. O quick to Romulus thy votress bear. With looks of love he'll smile away my care. In what year orb he shines, my heathen is there. Then hastes with Iris to the holy grove. And up the Mount Quirinal as they move. A lambent flame glides downward through the air. And brightens with a blaze her cilious hair. Together on the bounding ray they rise. And shoot a gleam of light along the skies. With opening arms Quirinus met his bride. Now o'er-enamed, and pressed her to his side. The end of the 14th book. Book the 15th. Numa and the foundation of Crotone, the doctrines of Pythagoras, the death of Numa, Hippolytus, Cypus, Asclepius, the apotheosis of Julius Caesar, epilogue. A king is sought to guide the growing state. One able to support the public weight. And fill the throne where Romulus had sate. Renown, which oft bespeaks the public voice, had recommended Numa to their choice. A peaceful, pious prince, who not content to know the Sabine rites, his study bent. To cultivate his mind. To learn the laws of nature, and explore their hidden cause. Urged by this care, his country he forsook. And to Crotona thence his journey took. Arrived, he first inquired the founder's name. Of this new colony, and whence he came. Then thus a senior of the place replies. Well read, and curious of antiquities. 'Tis said, Alcides hither took his way. From Spain, and drove along his conquered prey. Then, leaving in the fields his grazing cows, he sought himself some hospitable house. Good Croton entertained his godlike guest, while he repaired his weary limbs with rest. The hero, thence departing, blessed the place. And here, he said, in time's revolving race, a rising town shall take his name from thee. Revolving time fulfilled the prophecy. For Miscelos, the justest man on earth, Alemon's son, at Argos had his birth. Him Hercules, armed with his club of oak, urshadowed in a dream, and thus bespoke. Go, leave thy native soil, and make abode where Isaurus rolls down his rapid flood. He said. And sleep forsook him, and the god. Trembling he wacked, and rose with anxious heart. His country laws forbade him to depart. What should he do? 'Twas death to go away. And the god menaced, if he dared to stay. All day he doubted, and when night came on, sleep, and the same forewarning dream, begun. Once more the god stood threatening o'er his head, with added curses if he disobeyed. Twice warned, he studied flight, but vowed convey at once his person and his wealth away. Thus while he lingered, his design was heard. A speedy process formed, and death declared. Witness there needed none of his offense. Against himself the wretch was evidence. Condemned, and destitute of human aid. To him, for whom he suffered, thus he prayed. O Power, who hast deserved in heaven a throne, not given, but by thy labors made thy own. Pity thy suppliant, and protect his cause, whom thou hast made obnoxious to the laws. A custom was of old, and still remains, which life, or death by suffrages ordains. White stones, and black within an urn are cast. The first absolve, but fate is in the last. The judges to the common urn bequeath their votes, and drop the sable signs of death. The box receives all black, but, poured from thence, the stones came candid forth, the hue of innocence. Thus Alemonides his safety won, preserved from death by Alcumena's son. Then to his kinsman god his vows he pays, and cuts with Prosperous gales Ionian seas. He leaves Tarentum favored by the wind, and Thurine bays, and Turnusses behind. Soft Sybaris, and all the capes that stand Along the shore, he makes in sight of land. Still doubling, and still coasting, till he found the mouth of Isaris, and promised ground. Then saw, where, on the margin of the flood, the tomb, that held the bones of Croton stood. Here, by the gods' command, he built, and walled the place predicted, and Crotona called. Thus fame, from time to time, delivers down the sure tradition of th Italian town. Here dwelt the man divine, whom Samos bore, but now self-banished from his native shore, because he hated tyrants, nor could bear the chains, which none but servile souls will wear. He, though, from heaven remote, to heaven could move with strength of mind, and tread th abyss above, and penetrate, with his interior light, those upper depths, which nature hid from sight. And what he had observed, and learnt from thence, loved in familiar language to dispense. The crowd with silent admiration stand, and heard him, as they heard their God's command, while he discoursed of heaven's mysterious laws, the world's original, and nature's cause. And what was God? And why the fleecy snows in silence fell, and rattling winds arose? What shook the steadfast earth, and whence begun the dance of planets round the radiant sun? If thunder was the voice of angry Jove, or clouds, with nitre pregnant, burst above, of these, and things beyond the common reach, he spoke, and charmed his audience with his speech. He first the taste of flesh from tables drove, and argued well, if arguments could move. O mortals, from your fellows' blood abstain, nor taint your bodies with a food profane, while corn, and pulse by nature are bestowed, and planted orchards bend their willing load, while labored gardens wholesome herbs produce, and teeming vines afford their generous juice. Nor tardier fruits of cruder kind are lost, but tanned with fire, or mellowed by the frost, while kind to pails distended udders bring, and bees their honey redolent of spring. While earth not only can your need supply, but, lavish of her store, provides for luxury. A guiltless feast administers with ease, and without blood is prodigal to please. Wild beasts their maws with their slain brethren fill, and yet not all, for some refuse to kill. Sheep, goats, and oxen, and the nobler steed, on browse, and corn, and flowery meadows, feed. Bears, tigers, wolves, the lion's angry brood, whom he then endued with principles of blood, he wisely sundered from the rest, to yell in forests, and in lonely caves to dwell, where stronger beasts oppress the weak by might, and all in prey, and purple feasts delight. O impious use, to nature's laws opposed, where bowels are in other bowels classed, where fattened by their fellows' fat, they thrive, maintained by murder, and by death they live. 'Tis then for naught, that Mother Earth provides the stores of all she shows, and all she hides. If men with fleshy morsels must be fed, and chaw with bloody teeth the breathing bread, what else is this, but to devour our guests, and barbarously renew cyclopean feasts? We, by destroying life, our life sustain, and gorge th ungodly maw with meats obscene. Not so the golden age, who fed on fruit, nor durst with bloody meals their mouths pollute. Then birds in airy space might safely move, and timorous hares on heaths securely rove. Nor needed fish the guileful hooks to fear, for all was peaceful, and that peace sincere. Whoever was the wretch, and cursed be he, that envied first our food's simplicity. Thsa of bloody feasts on brutes began, and after forged the sword to murder man. Had he the sharpened steel alone employed on beasts of prey, that other beasts destroyed, or man invaded with their fangs and paws, this had been justified by nature's laws. And self-defense, but who did feasts begin? Of flesh, he stretched necessity to sin. To kill man-killers, man has lawful power. But not extended license, to devour. Ill habits gather by unseen degrees. As brooks make rivers, rivers run to seas. The sow, with her broad snout, for rooting up entrusted seed, was judged to spoil the crop. And intercept the sweating farmer's hope. The covetous churl, of unforgiving kind. Offender to the bloody priest resigned. Her hunger was no plea, for that she de-wide. The goat came next in order to be tried. The goat had cropped the tendrils of the vine. In vengeance laity, and clergy join. Where one had lost his profit, one his wine. Here was, at least, some shadow of offense. The sheep was sacrificed on no pretense. But meek, and unresisting innocence. A patient, useful creature, born to bear the warm, and woolly fleece, that clothed her murderer. And daily to give down the milk she bred. A tribute for the grass on which she fed. Living, both food and raiment she supplies. And is of least advantage, when she dies. How did the toiling ox his death deserve? A downright simple drudge, and born to serve. O tyrant! With what justice canst thou hope? The promise of the year, a plenteous crop. When thou destroy'st thy labouring steer, who tilled and ploughed with pains, thy else ungrateful field. From his yet reeking neck, to draw the yoke. That neck, with which the surly clods he broke. And to the hatchet yield thy husbandman. Who finished autumn, and the spring began. Nor this alone. But heaven itself to bribe. We to the gods our impious acts ascribe. First recompense with death their creatures' toil. Then call the blessed above to share the spoil. The fairest victim must the poweress appease. So fatal, 'tis sometimes too much to please. A purple fillet his broad brows adorns. With flowery garlands crowned, and gilded horns. He hears the murderous prayer the priest prefers. But understands not. 'Tis his doom he hears. Beholds the meal betwixt his temples cast. The fruit and product of his labours past. And in the water views perhaps the knife. Uplifted, to deprive him of his life. Then broken up alive, his entrails sees. Torn out, for priests inspect the gods' decrees. From whence, O mortal men, this gust of blood? Have you derived, and interdicted food? Be taught by me this dire delight to shun. Warned by my precepts, by my practice won. And when you eat the well-deserving beast, think, on the labour of your field you feast. Now since the God inspires me to proceed, be that, whatever inspiring power, obeyed. For I will sing of mighty mysteries. Of truths concealed before, from human eyes. Dark oracles unveil and open all the skies. Pleased as I am to walk along the sphere of shining stars, and travel with the year. To leave the heavy earth, and scale the height of Atlas, who supports the heaven-ly weight. To look from upper light, and thence survey mistaken mortals wandering from the way. And wanting wisdom, fearful for the state of future things, and trembling at their fate. Those I would teach, and by right reason bring to think of death, as but an idle thing. Why thus affrighted at an empty name? A dream of darkness, and fictitious flame. Vain themes of wit, which but in poems pass. And fables of a world, that never was. What feels the body, when the soul expires? By time corrupted, or consumed by fires. Nor dies the spirit, but new life repeats. In other forms, and only changes seats. Even I, who these mysterious truths declare, was once Euphorbus in the Trojan War. My name, and lineage I remember well. And how in fight by Sparta's king I fell. In Argive Juno's fane I late beheld. My buckler hung on high, and owned my former shield. Then, death, so called, is but old matter dressed in some new figure, and a varied vest. Thus all things are but altered, nothing dies. And here, and there unbodied spirit flies. By time, or force, or sickness dispossessed. And lodges, where it lights, in man, or beast. Or hunts without, till ready limbs it find. And actuates those according to their kind. From tenement to tenement is tossed. The soul is still the same, the figure only lost. And, as the softened wax new seals receives, this face assumes, and that impression leaves. Now called by one, now by another name. The form is only changed, the wax is still the same. So death, so called, can but the form deface. Immortal soul flies out in empty space, to seek her fortune in some other place. Then let not piety be put to flight, to please the taste of glutton appetite. But suffer inmate souls secure to dwell, lest from their seats your parents you expel. With rabid hunger feed upon your kind, or from a beast dislodge a brother's mind. And since, like typhus parting from the shore, in ample seas I sail, and depths untried before. This let me further add, that nature knows no steadfast station, but, or ebbs, or flows, ever in motion. She destroys her old, and casts new figures in another mold. Even times are in perpetual flux, and run, like rivers from their fountain, rolling on. For time, no more than streams, is at a stay. The flying hour is ever on her way. And as the fountain still supplies her store, the wave behind impels the wave before. Thus in successive course the minutes run, and urge their predecessor minutes on, till moving, ever new, for former things are set aside, like abdicated kings. And every moment alters what is done, and innovates some act, till then unknown. Darkness we see emerges into light, and shining suns descend to sable night. Even heaven itself receives another dye, when wearied animals in slumbers lie. Of midnight ease, another, when the grey of morn preludes the splendor of the day. The disk of Phoebus, when he climbs on high, appears at first but as a bloodshot eye. And when his chariot downwards drives to bed, his ball is with the same suffusion red, but mounted high in his meridian race. All bright he shines, and with a better face. For there, pure particles of ether flow, far from infection of the world below. Nor equal light unequal moon adorns, or in her waxing, or her waning horns. For every day she wanes, her face is less, but gathering into globe, she fattens at increase. Perceiv'st thou not the process of the year? How the 4 seasons in 4 forms appear, resembling human life in every shape they wear. Spring first, like infancy, shoots out her head, with milky juice requiring to be fed. Helpless, though fresh, and wanting to be led. The green stem grows in stature, and in size, but only feeds with hope the farmer's eyes. Then laughs the childish year with florets crowned, and lavishly perfumes the fields around. But no substantial nourishment receives. Infirm the stalks, unsolid are the leaves. Proceeding onward whence the year began, the summer grows adult, and ripens into man. This season, as in men, is most replete with kindly moisture, and prolific heat. Autumn succeeds, a sober tepid age, not froze with fear, nor boiling into rage. More than mature, and tending to decay, when our brown locks repine to mix with odious grey. Last, winter creeps along with tardy pace. Sour is his front, and furrowed is his face. His scalp if not dishonored quite of hair. The ragged fleece is thin, and thin is worse than bare. Even our own bodies daily change receive. Some part of what was theirs before, they leave. Nor are today, what yesterday they were. Nor the whole same tomorrow will appear. Time was, when we were sowed, and just began. From some few fruitful drops, the promise of a man. Then nature's hand, fermented as it was, molded to shape the soft, coagulated mass. And when the little man was fully formed, the breathless embryo with a spirit warmed. But when the mother's throes begin to come, the creature, pent within the narrow room, breaks his blind prison, pushing to repair his stifled breath, and draw the living air. Cast on the margin of the world he lies, a helpless babe, but by instinct he cries. He next essays to walk, but downward pressed. On 4 feet imitates his brother beast. By slow degrees he gathers from the ground his legs, and to the rolling chair is bound. Then walks alone, a horseman now become. He rides a stick, and travels round the room. In time he vaunts among his youthful peers. Strong bond, and strung with nerves, in pride of years. He runs with mettle his first merry stage. Maintains the next, abetted of his rage. But manages his strength, and spares his age. Heavy the third, and stiff, he sinks apace. And though 'tis downhill all, but creeps along the race. Now sapless on the verge of death he stands, contemplating his former feet and hands. And, Milo-like, his slackened sinews sees. And withered arms, once fit to cope with Hercules. Unable now to shake, much less to tear, the trees. So Helen wept, when her too faithful glass reflected on her eyes the ruins of her face. Wondering, what charms her ravishers could spy, to force her twice, or even but once enjoy. Thy teeth, devouring time, thine envious age. On things below still exercise your rage. With venomed grinders you corrupt your meat. And then, at lingering meals, the morsels eat. Nor those, which elements we call, abide. Nor to this figure, nor to that are tied. For this eternal world is said, of old. But 4 prolific principles to hold. 4 different bodies. 2 to heave and ascend. And other 2 down to the center tend. Fire first with wings expanded mounts on high. Pure, void of weight, and dwells in upper sky. Then air, because unclogged in empty space, flies after fire, and claims the second place. But weighty water, as her nature guides, lies on the lap of earth, and Mother Earth subsides. All things are mixed of these, which all contain. And into these are all resolved again. Earth rarefies to dew, expanded more. The subtle dew in air begins to soar. Spreads, as she flies, and weary of her name. Extenuates still, and changes into flame. Thus having by degrees perfection won. Restless they soon untwist the web, they spun. And fire begins to lose her radiant hue. Mixed with gross air, and air descends to dew. And dew condensing, does her form forego. And sinks, a heavy lump of earth below. Thus are their figures never at a stand, but chonged by nature's innovating hand. All things are altered, nothing is destroyed. The shifted scene for some new show employed. Then, to be born, is to begin to be some other thing we were not formerly. And what we call to die, is not to appear, or be the thing, that formerly we were. Those very elements, which we partake. Alive, when dead some other bodies make. Translated grow, have sense, or can discourse. But death on deathless substance has no force. That forms are chonged, I grant. That nothing can continue in the figure it began. The golden age, to silver was debased. To copper that, our metal came at last. The face of places, and their forms, decay. And that is solid earth, that once was sea. Seas in their turn retreating from the shore. Make solid land, what ocean was before. And far from strands are shells of fishes found. And rusty anchors fixed on mountain ground. And what were fields before, now washed and worn. By falling floods from high, to valleys turn. And crumbling still descend to level lands. And lakes, and trembling bogs, are barren sands. And the parched desert floats in streams unknown. Wondering to drink of waters not her own. Here nature living fountains opes, and there seals up the wombs, where living fountains were. Or earthquakes stop their ancient course, and bring diverted streams to feed a distant spring. So Lycus, swallowed up, is seen no more. But far from thence knocks out another door. Thus Erisinus dives. And blind in earth. Runs on, and gropes his way to second birth. Starts up in Argo's meads, and shakes his locks. Around the fields, and fattens all the flocks. So Mysis by another way is led. And, grown a river, now disdains his head. Forgets his humble birth, his name forsakes. And the proud title of Caicus takes. Large Aminaean, impure with yellow sands. Runs rapid often, and as often stands. And here he threats the drunken fields to drown. And there his dugs deny to give their liquor down. Anigros once did wholesome draughts afford. But now his deadly waters are abhorred. Since, hurt by Hercules, as fame resounds. The centaurs in his current washed their wounds. The streams of Hypanis are sweet no more. But brackish lose the taste they had before. Antissa, Pharos, Tyre, in seas were pent. Once isles, but now increase the continent. While the Leucadian coast, main land before. By rushing seas is severed from the shore. So Zancle to Italian earth was tied. And men once walked, where ships at anchor ride. Till Neptune overlooked the narrow way. And in disdain poured in the conquering sea. Two cities that adorn Achaean ground. Burrus, and Hellas, no more are found. But whelmed beneath a lake, are sunk and drowned. And boatsmen through the crystal water show. To wondering passengers, the walls below. Near Traten stands a hill, exposed in air. To winter winds, of leafy shadows bare. This once was level ground, but, strange to tell, included vapors, that in caverns dwell. Labyring with cholic pangs. And close confined. In vain sought issue for the rumbling wind. Yet still they heaved for vent, and heaving still. Inlarged the concave, and shot up the hill. As breath extends a bladder, or the skins of goats are blown enclose the hoarded wines. The mountain yet retains a mountain's face. And gathered rubbish heals the hollow space. Of many wonders, which I heard, or knew. Retrenching most, I will relate but few. What, are not springs with qualities opposed? Endued at seasons, and at seasons lost? Thrice in a day thine, Ammon, change their form. Cold at high noon, at morn, and evening warm. Thine, Athaman, will kindle wood, if thrown on the pilled earth, and in the waning moon. The Thracians have a stream, if any try. The taste, his hardened bowels petrify. Whatever it touches, it converts to stones. And makes a marble pavement, where it runs. Crathis, and Sybaris her sister flood. That slide through our Calabrian neighbor wood. With gold, and amber dye the shining hair. And thither youth resort, for who would not be fair? But stranger virtues yet in streams we find. Some change not only bodies, but the mind. Who has not heard of Salmachus obscene? Whose waters into women soften men? Or Ethiopian lakes, which turn the brain to madness, or in heavy sleep constrain? Clitorian streams the love of wine expel. Such is the virtue of abstemious well. Whether the colder nymph that rules the flood extinguishes, and balks the drunken god, or that Melampus, so have some asserted, when the mad Proetides with charms he curd, and powerful herbs, both charms, and simples cast, into the sober spring, where still their virtues last. Unlike effects Lyncestis will produce, who drinks his waters, though, with moderate use, reels as with wine, and sees with double sight, his heels too heavy, and his head too light. Laden, once Phenios, an Arcadian stream, ambiguous in th effects, as in the name. By day is wholesome beverage, but is thought by night infected, and a deadly draught. Thus running rivers, and the standing lake, now of these virtues, now of those partake. Time was, and all things time, and fate obey, when fast Ortygia floated on the sea. Such were Cyanean isles, when Typhus steered betwixt their straits, and their collision feared. They swam, where now they sit, and firmly joined, secure of rooting up, resist the wind. Nor Aetna vomiting sulphureous fire will ever belch, for sulphur will expire. The veins exhausted of the liquid store. Time was, she cast no flames, in time will cast no more. For whether earth's an animal, and air imbibes, her lungs with coolness to repair, and what she sucks remits, she still requires inlets for air, and outlets for her fires. When tortured with convulsive fits she shakes, that motion chokes the vent, till other vent she makes. Or when the winds in hollow caves are clost, and subtle spirits find that way opposed, they toss up flints in air, the flints that hide the seeds of fire, thus tossed in air, collide, kindling the sulphur, till the fuel spent. The cave is cool, and the fierce winds relent. Or whether sulphur, catching fire, feeds on its unctuous parts, till all the matter gone. The flames no more ascend, for earth supplies the fat that feeds them. And when earth denies that food, by length of time consumed, the fire, famished for want of fuel must expire. A race of men there are, as fame has told, who shivering suffer Hyperborean cold, till 9 times bathing in Minerva's lake. Soft feathers, to defend their naked sides, they take. 'Tis said, the Scythian wives, believe who will, transform themselves to birds by magic skill, smeared over with an oil of wandrouse might, that adds new pinions to their airy flight. But this by sure experiment we know, that living creatures from corruption grow. Hide in a hollow pit a slaughtered steer, bees from his putrid bowels will appear, who, like their parents, haunt the fields, and bring their honey harvest home, and hope another spring. The warlike steed is multiplied, we find, to wasps, and hornets of the warrior kind. Cut from a crab his crooked claws, and hide the rest in earth, a scorpion thence will glide, and shoot his sting, his tail in circles tossed, refers the limbs his backward father lost. And worms, that stretch on leaves their filmy loom, crawl from their bags, and butterflies become. Even slime begets the frog's loquacious race, short of their feet at first, in little space. With arms, and legs endued, long leaps they take, riced on their hinder part, and swim the lake. And waves repel, for nature gives their kind to that intent, a length of legs behind. The cubs of bears a living lump appear, when whelped, and no determined figure wear. Their mother licks him into shape, and gives as much of form, as she herself receives. The grubs from their sexangular abode crawl out unfinished, like the maggot's brood. Trunks without limbs, till time at leisure brings the thighs they wanted, and their tardy wings. The bird who draws the car of Juno, vain of her crowned head, and of her starry train, And he that bears artillery of Jove. The strong pount eagle, and the billing dove. And all the feathered kind, who could suppose? But that from sight, the surest sense, he knows. They from included yoke, not ambient white, arose. There are, who think the marrow of a man, which in the spine, while he was living, ran. When dead, the pith corrupted will become a snake, and hiss within the hollow tomb. All these receive their birth from other things. But from himself the phoenix only springs. Self-born, begotten by the parent flame, in which he burned, another, and the same. Who not by corn, or herbs his life sustains, but the sweet essence of Amomum drains, and watches the rich gums Arabia bears, while yet in tender dew they drop their tears. He, his 5 centuries of life fulfilled, his nest on oaken boughs begins to build, or trembling tops of palm, and first he draws the plan with his broad bill, and crooked claws. Nature's artificers. On this the pile is formed, and rises round, then with the spoil of cassia, cinnamon, and stems of nard. For softness strewed beneath, his funral bed is reared. Funral and bridal both. And all around, the borders with corruptless myrrh are crowned. On this incumbent, till ethereal flame first catches, then consumes the costly frame. Consumes him too, as on the pile he lies. He lived on odors, and in odors dies. An infant phoenix from the former springs. His father's heir, and from his tender wings shakes off his parent dust, his method he pursues. And the same lease of life on the same terms renews. When grown to manhood he begins his reign. And with stiff pinions can his flight sustain. He lightens of its load the tree that bore his father's royal sepulchre before. And his own cradle, this, with pious care plaqued on his back, he cuts the buxom air. Seeks the sun city, and his sacred church. And decently lays down his burden in the porch. A wonder more amazing wowed we find. Hyena shows it, of a double kind. Varying the sexes in alternate years. In one begets, and in another bears. The thin cane lion fed with air, receives the color of the thing, to which he cleaves. India when conquered, on the conquering god. For planted vines the sharpie-wide links bestowed. Whose urine, shed before it touches earth, congeals in air, and gives to gems their birth. So coral soft, and white in ocean's bed, comes hardened up in air, and glows with red. All changing species should my song recite. Before I see eased, wowed change the day to night. Nations, and empires flourish, and decay. By turns command, and in their turns obey. Time softens hardy people, time again hardens to war a soft, unwarlike train. Thus Troy for 10 long years her foes withstood. And daily bleeding bore expense of blood. Now for thick streets it shows an empty space. Or only filled with tombs of her own perished race. Herself becomes the sepulchre of what she was. Mycene, Sparta, Thebes of mighty fame, are vanished out of substance into name. And Dardan Rome that just begins to rise on Tiber's banks, in time shall mate the skies. Widening her bounds, and working on her way. Even now she meditates imperial sway. Yet this is change, but she by changing thrives. Like moons newborn, and in her cradle strives to fill her infant horns. An hour shall come when the round world shall be contained in Rome. For thus old saws foretell, and Helenus, Anchises' drooping sun enlivened thus. When Ilium now was in a sinking state, and he was doubtful of his future fate. O goddess born, with thy hard fortune strive. Troy never can be lost, and thou alive. Thy passage thou shalt free through fire, and sword. And Troy and foreign lands shall be restored. In happier fields the rising town I see. Greater, than what e'er was, or is, or e'er shall be. And heathen yet owes the world a race derived from thee. Sages, and chiefs, of other lineage born. The city shall extend, extended shall adorn. But from Lulu's he must draw his breath. By whom thy Rome shall rule the conquered earth. Whom heathen will lend mankind on earth to reign. And late require the precious pledge again. This Hellenes to great Aeneas told. Which I retain, e'er since in other mould. My soul was clothed, and now rejoice to view. My country walls rebuilt, and Troy revived anew. Rised by the fall, decreed by loss to gain. Enslaved but to be free, and conquered but to reign. 'Tis time my hard-mouthed coursers to control. Apt to run riot, and transgress the goal. And therefore I conclude, whatever lies in earth, or flits in air, or fills the skies, all suffer change. And we, that are of soul and body mixed, are members of the whole. Then when our sires, or grandsires, shall forsake the forms of men, and brutal figures take, thus housed, securely let their spirits rest. Nor violate thy father in the beast, thy friend, thy brother, any of thy kin. If none of these, yet there's a man within. O spare to make a Thyestean meal. Enclose his body, and his soul expel. Ill customs by degrees to habits rise. Ill habits soon become exalted vice. What more advance can mortals make in sin? So near perfection, who with blood begin. Deaf to the calf, that lies beneath the knife. Looks up, and from her butcher begs her life. Deaf to the harmless kid, that ere he dies, all methods to procure thy mercy tries. And imitates in vain thy children's cries. Where will he stop, who feeds with household bread? Then eats the poultry, which before he fed. Let plough thy steers, that when they lose their breath, to nature, not to thee, they may impute their death. Let goats for food their loaded udders lend. And sheep from winter cold thy sides defend. But neither springes, nets, nor snares employ. And be no more ingenious to destroy. Free as in air, let birds on earth remain. Nor let insidious glue their wings constrain. Nor opening hounds the trembling stag affright. Nor purple feathers intercept his flight. Nor hooks concealed in baits for fish prepare. Nor lines to heave him twinkling up in air. Take not away the life you cannot give. For all things have an equal right to live. Kill noxious creatures, where 'tis sin to save. This only just prerogative we have. But nourish life with vegetable food. And shun the sacrilegious taste of blood. These precepts by the Samian sage were taught. Which godlike Numa to the Sabines brought. And thence transferred to Rome, by gift his own. A willing people, and an offered throne. O happy monarch, sent by heathen to bless a salvage nation with soft arts of peace. To teach religion, rapine to restrain. Give laws to lust, and sacrifice ordain. Himself a saint, a goddess was his bride. And all the muses o'er his acts preside. Advanced in years he wide, one common date. His reign concluded, and his mortal state. Their tears plebeians, and patricians shed. And pious matrons wept their monarch dead. His mournful wife, her sorrows to bewail, withdrew from Rome, and sought Parisian vale. Hid in thick woods, she made incessant moans. Disturbing Cynthia's sacred rites with groans. How oft the nymphs, who arguelled the wood and lake, reproved her tears, and words of comfort spice. How oft, in vain, the son of Theseus said, thy stormy sorrows be with patience laid. Nor are thy fortunes to be wept alone. Weigh others' woes, and learn to bear thine own. Be mine an instance to assuage thy grief. Would mine were none. yet mine may bring relief. You've heard, perhaps, in conversation told, what once befell Hippolytus of old. To death by Theseus' easy faith betrayed, and caught in snares his wicked stepdame laid. The wondrous tale your credit scarce may claim. Yet, strange to say, in me behold the same, whom lustful Phaedra oft had pressed in vain, with impious joys, my father's bed to stain. Till seized with fear, or by revenge inspurred, she charged on me the crimes herself desert. Expelled by Theseus, from his home I fled, with heaps of curses on my guiltless head. Forlorn, I sought pity in treason's land, and drove my chariot o'er Corinthus' strand. When from the surface of the level main, a billow rising, heaved above the plain, rolling and gathering, till so high it swelled, a mountain's height enormous mass excelled. Then bellowing, burst, when from the summit cleaved, a horned bull his ample chest upheaved. His mouth, and nostrils, storms of briny rain, expiring, blew. Dread horror seized my train. I stood unmoved. My father's cruel doom claimed all my soul, nor fear could find a room. Amazed, awhile my trembling coursers stood, with pricked up ears, contemplating the flood. Then starting sudden, from the dreadful view, at once, like lightning, from the seas they flew, and o'er the craggy rocks the rattling chariot drew. In vain to stop the hot-mouthed steeds I tried, and bending backward all my strength applied. The frothy foam in driving flakes disdains the bits, and bridles, and bedews the reins. But though, as yet untamed they run, at length, their heady rage had teared beneath my strength, when in the spokes, a stump entangling, tore the shattered wheel, and from its axle bore. The shock impetuous tossed me from the seat, caught in the reins beneath my horse's feet. My reeking guts dragged out alive, around the jagged strump, my trembling nerves were wound. Then stretched the well-knit limbs, in pieces howled. Part stuck behind, and part the chariot trailed. Till, midst my cracking joints, and breaking bones, I breathed away my wearied soul in groans. No part distinguished from the rest was found, but all my parts an universal wound. Now say, self-tortured nymph, can you compare our griefs as equal, or injustice dare? I saw besides the darksome realms of woe, and bathed my wounds in smoking streams below. There I had stayed, nor second life enjoyed, but Poion's son his wondrous art employed, to light restored, by medicinal skill, in spite of fate, and rigid Pluto's will. Invidious object to preserve from view, a misty cloud around me Cynthia threw, and lest my sight should stir my foes to rage, she stamped my visage with the marks of age. My former hue was changed, and for it shone a set of features, and a face unknown. While the goddess stood in doubt, or Crete, or Delos' isle, to choose for my retreat. Delos, and Crete refused, this which she chose, bade me my former luckless name depose, which kept alive the memory of my woes. Then said, immortal life be thine, and thou, Hippolytus once called, be Virbius now. Here then a god, but of inferior race. I serve my goddess, and attend her chase. But others' woes were useless to appease Egeria's grief, or set her mind at ease. Beneath the hill, all comfortless she laid, the dropping tears her eyes incessant shed, till pitying Phoebe east her pious woe thawed to a spring, whose streams forever flow. The nymphs, and Virbius, like amazement filled, as says the swains, who Tyrrhene furrows tilled. When heaving up, a clod was seen to roll, untouched, Ovid, and big with human soul. The spreading mass in former shape deposed, began to shoot, and arms and legs disclosed. till formed a perfect man, the living mold. Opt its new mouth, and future truths foretold. And tages nommed by natives of the place. Taught arts prophetic to the Tuscan race. Or such as once by Romulus was shown. Who saw his lance with sprouting leaves o'ergrown. When fixed in earth the point began to shoot. And growing downward turned a fibrous root. While spread aloft the branching arms displayed. O'er wondering crowds, an unexpected shade. Or as when Sippus in the current viewed. The shooting horns that on his forehead stood. His temples first he feels, and with surprise. His touch confirms th assurance of his eyes. Straight to the skies his horned front he rears. And to the gods directs these pious prayers. If this portent be prosperous, O decree. To Rome th event, if otherwise, to me. An altar then of turf he hastes to raise. Rich gums in fragrant exhalations blaze. The panting entrails crackle as they fry. And boding fumes pronounce a mystery. Soon as the augur saw the holy fire. And victims with presaging signs expire. To Sippus then he turns his eyes with speed. And views the horny honors of his head. Then cried, Hail conqueror! Thy call obey. Those omens I behold presage thy sway. Rome waits thy nod, unwilling to be free. And owns thy sovereign power as fate's decree. He said, and Sippus, starting at th event. Spoke in these words his pious discontent. Far hence, ye gods, this execration send. And the great race of Romulus defend. Better that I in exile live abhorred. Than ere the capital showed style me lord. This spoke, he hides with leaves his omened head. Then prays, the Senate next convenes, and said. If augurs can foresee, a wretch is come. Designed by destiny the bane of Rome. 2 horns, most strange to tell, his temple's crown. If e'er he pass the walls, and gain the town. Your laws are forfeit, that ill-fated hour. And liberty must yield to lawless power. Your gates he might have entered, but this arm. Seized the usurper, and withheld the harm. Haste, find the monster out, and let him be. Condemned to all the Senate can decree. Or tied in chains, or into exile thrown. Or by the tyrant's death prevent your own. The crowd such murmurs utter as they stand. As swelling surges breaking on the strand. Or as when gathering gales sweep o'er the grove. And their tall heads the bending cedars move. Each with confusion gasped, and then began. To feel his fellows' brows, and find the man. Sippus then shakes his garland off, and cries. The wretch you want, I offer to your eyes. The anxious throng looked down, and sad in thought. All wished they had not found the sign they sought. In haste with laurel wreaths his head they bind. Such honor to such virtue was assigned. Then thus the Senate, hear, O Sippus, hear. So godlike is thy tutelary care. That since in Rome thyself forbids thy stay. For thy abode those acres we convey. The plowshare can surround, the labor of a day. In deathless records thou shalt stand enrolled. And Rome's rich posts shall shine with horns of gold. Melodious maids of Pindus, who inspire the flowing strains, and tune the vocal lyre. Tradition's secrets are unlocked to you. Old tales revive, and ages past renew. You, who can hidden causes best expound. Say, whence the isle, which Tiber flows around. Its altars with a heathen ly stranger gracked. And in our shrines the god of physic placked. A wasting plague infected Latium's skies. Pale, bloodless looks were seen, with ghastly eyes. The dire diseases marks each visage wore. And the pure blood was changed to putrid gore. In vain were human remedies applied. In vain the power of healing herbs was tried. Wearied with death, they seek celestial aid. And visit Phoebus in his Delphic shade. In the world's center sacred Delphos stands, and gives its oracles to distant lands. Here they implore the god, with fervent vows, his salutary power to interpose, and end a great afflicted city's woes. The holy temple sudden tremors proved, the laurel grove and all its quivers Ovid. In hollow sounds the priestess, thus, began, and through each bosom thrilling horrors ran. Assistance, Roman, which you here implore, seek from another, and a nearer shore. Relief must be implored, and succor won, not from Apollo, but Apollo's son. My son, to Latium born, shall bring redress. Go with good omens, and expect success. When these clear oracles the Senate knew, the sacred tripod's counsels they pursue, depute a pious and a chosen band, who sail to Epidaurus' neighboring land. Before the Grecian elders when they stood, they pray them to bestow the healing God. Ordained was he to save Ausonia's state. So promised Delphi, an unerring fate. Opinions various their debates enlarge. Some plead to yield to Rome the sacred charge. Others, tenacious of their country's wealth, refuse to grant the power who guards its health. While dubious they remained, the wasting light withdrew before the growing shades of night. Now, Roman, clost in sleep were mortal eyes, when health's auspicious God appears to thee, and thy glad dreams his form celestial see. In his left hand, a rural staff preferred, his right is seen to stroke his decent beard. Dismiss, said he, with mildness all divine. Dismiss your fears, I come, and leave my shrine. This serpent view, that with ambitious play, my staff encircles, mark him every way. His form, though larger, nobler, I'll assume, and changed, as gods should be, bring aid to Rome. Here fled the vision, and the vision's flight was followed by the cheerful dawn of light. Now was the morn with blushing streaks o'erspread, and all the starry fires of heaven were fled. The chiefs perplexed, and filled with doubtful care, to their protector's sumptuous roofs repair. By genuine signs implore him to express what seats he deigns to choose, what land to bless. Scarce their ascending prayers had reached the sky. Lo, the serpentine god, erected high, forerunning hissings his approach confessed. Bright shone his golden scales, and waved his lofty crest. The trembling altar his appearance spoke. The marble floor, and glittering ceiling shook. The doors were rocked, the statues seemed to nod, and all the fabric owned the present god. His radiant chest he taught aloft to rise, and round the temple cast his flaming eyes. Struck was th astonished crowd. The holy priest, his temples with white bands of ribbon draped, with reverent awe the power divine confessed. The God, he cries, all tongues be still. Each conscious breast devoutest ardor fill. O beauteous, O divine, assist our cares, and be propitious to thy votaries' prayers. All with consenting hearts, and pious fear, the words repeat, the deity revere. The Romans in their holy worship joined, with silent awe, and purity of mind. Gracious to them, his crest is seen to nod, and, as an earnest of his care, the god, thrice hissing, vibrates thrice his forked tongue. And now the smooth descent he glides along. Still on the ancient seats he bends his eyes, in which his statue breaths, his altars rise. His long-loved shrine with kind concern he leaves, and to forsake accustomed mansion grieves. At length, his sweeping bulk in state is borne through the thronged streets, which scattered flowers adorn. Through many a fold he winds his mazy course, and gains the port and moles which break the ocean's force. 'Twas here he made a stand, and having viewed the pious train, who his last steps pursued, seemed to dismiss their zeal with gracious eyes, while gleams of pleasure in his aspect rise. And now the Latian vessel he ascends. Beneath the weighty god the vessel bends. The Latins on the strand great Jove appease. Their cables loose, and plough the yielding seas. The high-reared serpent from the stern displays his gorgeous form, and the blue deep surveys. The ship is wafted on with gentle gales, and o'er the calm Ionian smoothly sails. On the sixth morn Italian coast they gain, and touch Lacinia, gracked with Juno's fane. Now fair Calabria to the sight is lost, and all the cities on her fruitful coast. They pass at length the rough Sicilian shore, the Brutian soil, rich with metallic ore. The famous isles, where Aeolus was king, and Paestum blooming with eternal spring. Minerva's cape they leave, and Capri's isle. Campania, on whose hills the vineyards smile. The city, which Alcides' spoils adorn. Naples, for soft delight and pleasure born. Fair Stabii, with Cumaean Sibyls' seats. And Baia's tepid baths, and green retreats. Linternum next they reach, where balmy gums distill from mastic trees, and spread perfumes. Caeta, from the nurse so nommed, for whom with pious care Aeneas rised a tomb. Volturn, whose whirlpools suck the numerous sands. And Trachas, and Minturnia's marshy lands. And Formia's coast is left, and Circe's plain, which yet remembers her enchanting reign. To Antium, last, his course the pilot guides. Here, while the anchored vessel safely rides. For now the rough-led deep portends a storm. The spiry god unfolds his spheric form. Through large indentings draws his lubric train, and seeks the refuge of Apollo's fane. The fane is situate on the yellow shore. When the sea smilled, and the winds ragged no more, he leaves his father's hospitable lands, and furrows, with his rattling scales, the sands along the coast. At length the ship regains, and sails to Tiber, and Lavinum's plains. Here mingling crowds to meet their patron came, even the chaste guardians of the Vestal flame. From every part tumultuous they repair, and joyful acclamations rend the air. Along the Flori banks, on either side, where the tall ship floats on the swelling tide, disposed in decent order altars rise, and crackling incense, as it mounts the skies, the air with sweets refreshes, while the knife, warm with the victim's blood, lets out the streaming life. The world's great mistress, Rome, receives him now. On the mast's top reclined he waves his brow, and from that height surveys the great abodes and mansions, worthy of residing gods. The land, a narrow neck, itself extends, round which his course the stream divided bends. The stream's two arms, on either side, are seen, stretched out in equal length, the land between. The isle, so called from hence derives its name. 'Twas here the salutary serpent came. Nor sooner has he left the Latian pine, but he assumes again his form divine. And now no more the drooping city mourns. Joy is again restored, and health returns. But Aesculapius was a foreign power. In his own city Caesar we adore. Him arms, and arts alike renowned beheld. In peace conspicuous, dreadful in the field. His rapid conquest, and swift finished wars. The hero justly fixed among the stars. Yet is his progeny his greatest fame. The son immortal makes the father's name. The sea-girt Britons, by his courage tamed, for their high rocky cliffs, and fierceness famed. His dreadful navies, which victorious rode o'er Nile's affrighted waves and seven sourced flood. Numidia, and the spacious realms regained, where Cyniphus or Phlos, or Juba reigned. The powers of titled Mithridates broke, and Pontus added to the Roman yoke. Triumphal shows decreed, for conquests won. For conquests, which the triumphs still outshone. These are great deeds. Yet less, than to have given the world a Lord, in whom, propitious he ven. When you decreed the sovereign rule to place. You blessed with lavish bounty human race. Now lest so great a prince might seem to rise. Of mortal stem, his sire much reached the skies. The beauteous goddess, that Aeneas bore. Foresaw it, and foreseeing did deplore. For well she knew her hero's fate was nigh. Devoted by conspiring arms to die. Trembling, and pale, to every god, she cried. Behold, what deep and subtle arts are tried. To end the last, the only branch that springs. From my Lulus, and the Dardan kings. How bent they are. How desperate to destroy. All that is left me of unhappy Troy. Am I alone by fate ordained to know? Uninterrupted care, and endless woe. Now from Tydide's spear I feel the wound. Now Ilium's Toarest the hostile flames surround. Troy laid in dust, my exiled son I mourn. Through angry seas, and raging billows borne. O'er the wide deep his wandering course he bends. Now to the sullen shades of Styx descends. With Turnus drive and at last fierce wars to wage. Or rather with unpitying Juno's rage. But why record I now my ancient woes? Sense of past ills in present fears I lose. On me their points the impious daggers throw. Forbid it, gods, repel the direful blow. If by cursed weapons Numa's priest expires. No longer shall ye burn, ye vestal fires. While such complaining Cypria's grief disclose. In each celestial breast compassion rose. Not gods can alter fate's resistless will. Yet they foretold by signs approaching ill. Dreadful were heard, among the clouds, alarms. Of echoing trumpets, and of clashing arms. The sun's pale image gave so faint a light. That the sad earth was almost veiled in night. The ether's face with fiery meteors glowed. With storms of hail were mingled drops of blood. A dusky hue the morning star o'erspread. And the moon's orb was stained with spots of red. In every place portentous shrieks were heard. The fatal warnings of infernal bird. In every place the marble melts to tears. While in the groves, revered through length of years. Boding, and awful sounds the ear invade. And solemn music warbles through the shade. No victim can atone the impious age. No sacrifice the wrathful gods assuage. Dire wars and civil fury threat the state. And every omen points out Caesar's fate. Around each hallowed shrine, and sacred dome. Night-howling dogs disturb the peaceful gloom. Their silent seats the wandering shades forsake. And fearful tremblings the rocked city shake. Yet could not, by these prodigies, be broke. The plotted charm, or stayed the fatal stroke. Their swords assassins in the temple draw. Their mirth-ring hands nor gods nor temples awe. This sacred place their bloody weapons stain. And virtue falls, before the altar slain. 'Twas now fair Cypria, with her woes oppressed. In raging anguish smote her heathen Ly breast. Wild with distracting fears, the goddess tried. Her hero, in ethereal cloud to hide. The cloud, which youthful Paris did conceal. When Menelaus urged the threatening steel. The cloud, which once deceived Tydide's sight. And saved Aeneas in unequal fight. When Jove, in vain, fair daughter, you essay. To o'errule destiny's unconquered sway. Your doubts to banish, enter fate's abode. A privilege to heathen Ly powers allowed. There shall you see the records graved, in length. On iron and solid brass, with mighty strength. Which heathenness and earth's concussion shall endure. Maugre all shocks, eternal, and secure. There, on perennial adamant designed. The various fortunes of your race you'll find. Well, I have marked and will now relate to thee the settled laws of future fate. He, goddess, for whose death the fates you blame, has finished his determined course with fame. To thee 'tis given at length, that he shall shine among the gods, and grace the worshipped shrine. His son to all his greatness shall be heir, and worthily succeed to empire's care. Ourself will lead his wars, resolved to aid the brave avenger of his father's shade. To him its freedom Mutina shall owe, and Decius his auspicious conduct know. His dreadful powers shall shake Pharsalia's plain, and drench in gore Philippi's fields again. A mighty leader, in Sicilia's flood, great Pompey's warlike son, shall be subdued. Egypt's soft queen, adorned with fatal charms, shall mourn her soldiers' unsuccessful arms. Too late shall find her swelling hopes were vain, and know, that Rome o'er Memphis still must reign. What may my Afric, or Nile's hidden head? Far as both oceans roll, his power shall spread. All the known earth to him shall homage pay, and the seas own his universal sway. When cruel war no more disturbs mankind, to civil studies shall he bend his mind. With equal justice guardian laws ordain, and by his great example vice restrain. Where will his bounty or his goodness end? To times unborn his generous views extend. The virtues of his heir our praise engage, and promise blessings to the coming age. Late shall he in his kindred orbs be placed, with pillion years, and crowded honors graced. Meantime, your hero's fleeting spirit bear fresh from his wounds, and change it to a star. So shall great Julius rights divine assume, and from the skies eternal smile on Rome. This spoke, the goddess to the Senate flew, where, her fair form concealed from mortal view, her Caesar's heathen ly part she made her care, nor left the recent soul to waste to air, but bore it upwards to its native skies. Glowing with newborn fires she saw it rise. Forth springing from her bosom up it flew, and kindling, as it soared, a comet grew. Above the lunar sphere it took its flight, and shot behind it a long trail of light. Thus rised, his glorious offspring Julius viewed, beneficently great, and scattering good deeds, that his own surpassed, with joy beheld. And his large heart dilates to be excelled. What though this prince refuses to receive the preference which his juster subjects give? Fame uncontrolled, that no restraint obeys, the homage, shunned by modest virtue, pays, and proves disloyal only in his praise. Though great his sire, him greater we proclaim. So Atreus yields to Agamemnon's fame. Achilles so superior honors won, and Peleus must submit to Peleus' son. Examples yet more noble to disclose. So Saturn was eclipsed, when Jove to empire rose. Jove rules the heavens, the earth Augustus sways. Each claims a monarch's, and a father's praise. Celestials, who for Rome your cares employ. Ye gods, who guarded the remains of Troy. Ye native gods, here born, and fixed by fate. Quirinus, founder of the Roman state. O parent Mars, from whom Quirinus sprung. Chaste Vesta, Caesar's household gods among. Most sacred held. Domestic Phoebus, thou, to whom with Vesta chaste alike we bow. Great guardian of the high Tarpeian rock. And all ye powers, whom poets may invoke. O grant, that day may claim our sorrows late, when loved Augustus shall submit to fate. Visit those seats, where gods and heroes dwell, and leave, in tears, the world he ruled so well. The work is finished, which nor dreads the rage of tempests, fire, or war, or wasting age. Come, soon or late, death's undetermined day. This mortal being only can decay. My nobler part, my fame, shall reach the skies. And to late times with blooming honors rise. Whatever unbounded Roman power obeys. All climes and nations shall record my praise. If 'tis allowed to poets to divine. One half of round eternity is mine. The end.